Hi, everybody. Welcome back to GreenTalks. I have the extreme pleasure of introducing now Ella Hayter.
Hello, and welcome. I'm in Ottawa, and I'd like to say, first of all, that we recognize that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. We extend our respect to all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples for their valuable past and present contributions to this land. We also recognize and respect the cultural diversity that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people bring to the City of Ottawa. Diane Beckett and I prepared this presentation together. We worked together on a couple of the Ottawa Centre Green Party election campaigns. And we discovered that we're both passionate about sustainable and healthy food systems. We currently eat little or no animal products for a variety of reasons. And for both of us, transitioning took place gradually over many years, for much of that period eating animal products as we learned more about the issues. For both of us, it started with reading the book Diet for a Small Planet. We share the conviction that the destiny of humans, animals, and the environment are closely connected. This is the underlying theme we are presenting today. Help us make the connection between caring for humankind, the earth, and all animals. We'll have time for discussion and questions at the end, and are very excited to hear your thinking on this important topic. We hope that the presentation might inspire you to consider making changes in your own diets, as well as encourage the Green Party to take action to support an approach to food that is healthier for both human and planetary health. And as you will see toward the end of the presentation, even minor changes in your diet can have a large impact. I'm just going to share the screen now. Okay, so some of the impacts we'll be looking at today are on climate change, other aspects of the environment, health and healthcare spending, public health. This presentation outlines the benefits of reducing our demand for animal-based foods. We can significantly mitigate climate change, protect diversity, reduce pollution, as well as diet-related chronic diseases and healthcare costs, and strengthen our ability to protect ourselves against the coronavirus at both the individual and societal levels, as well as reduce the chances of future viral pandemics. We can also better address food security, and we can improve animal welfare. I'm throwing many diverse issues at the same time. What we're trying to point out is that we should all be aiming for coherence in our actions and policies. For example, the Government of Canada has separate and often contradictory policies relating to pandemic prevention, health, public health, climate, etc. What if the current federal government were to enact policies and legislation relating to animal agriculture that would further all of these policies in some way? We see a role for the Green Party in addressing some of the issues we will discuss today, and towards the end of the presentation, we'll present some policy proposals prepared by Green Party supporters relating to animal food systems and other policy options being put forward by other groups in Canada as well as around the world. At the end, we'll provide some guidance for those who would like to explore their food choices further, and we hope to have a discussion. Okay, so the need to reduce our consumption of animal products to address climate change and human health is not new, as you can see from this list. There's Nicholas Stern, there's the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the think tank Chatham House, the US Dietary Advisory Committee, and the World Health Organization and World Wildlife Fund. Here's one example. Animal agriculture contributes significantly to global warming through ongoing emissions, as we just saw in the previous, I think I missed the slide. Sorry. Okay. Okay, these are some of the examples. This is a significant offset that we could have if we had a rapid global phase out of animal agriculture. And then here's someone else, Joseph Poole at the University of Oxford, who led a study on animal agriculture. A vegan diet is probably the single biggest way to reduce your impact on planet Earth, not just greenhouse gases, but global acidification, eutrophication, land use, and water use. It's far bigger than cutting down on your flights or buying an electric car. Okay, so why are so many experts providing these warnings? Animal-based foods, especially beef, require, as we will see in the next slide, more water, land, and energy than plant-based foods, and produce large amounts of various greenhouse gases, including methane and nitrous oxide. Livestock is a leading source of methane and nitrous oxide emissions. And we know that not all greenhouse gases matter equally. Methane has 34 times the global warming potential as CO2 does over a century. Over a period of 2 decades, methane is 86 times as powerful. Nitrous oxide is 310 times the global warming potential of CO2. Okay, animal agriculture is a leading cause of climate change. The percentage is not always agreed on by scientists, but there seems to be a general consensus that it's at least 16.5% by authoritative sources. Okay, so we know for sure that we cannot address climate change without addressing animal agriculture. According to a new study published in the Proceedings of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, a global vegan diet would reduce food-related greenhouse gas emissions by 70%. And while fishing is beyond the scope of this presentation, it should be noted that fish farms also contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and that there are no sustainable fishing operations. Fishing gear is a significant source of plastic pollution in the ocean. Okay, I made this slide to give you an idea of the scale of the problem and also the increase of the problem. Farmed animals now account for a whopping 90% of all large land animals. There are approximately 10 farmed animals for every human. The larger and more colorful chart you see there indicates that over the past 60 years, global meat production has increased from 70 million tons in 1961 to over 300 million tons in 2018. We see the greatest increase in Asia, which is the red part of the chart. This is from the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. Globally, about 77 billion farm animals are slaughtered every year. Consumption of meat and milk is predicted to grow faster in the next over the next 3 decades. The small black chart shows the number of only the main farmed animals, that is cows, calves, pigs, sheep, lamb, chickens, and turkeys killed in Canada from the year 2014 to 2018. We see that in 2018, over 800 million of these animals were killed in Canada. Think about all the manure as one aspect of this, and we'll talk about that in a later slide. Okay, so land use. The image there presents Amazonian forests being burned for livestock feed crops. We know that we need to rewild parts of the planet, that is to restore ecosystems to support plant and animal life and to be resilient to changes. How do we get here? The main reason for the conversion of forests and wild grasslands to agricultural land is animal farming, raising the animals and their feed crops, which occupies more than 80% of global farmland. This produces a mere 18% of food calories, which is highly inefficient. So there's a United Nations body called the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. It reports on these impacts, and it says Grazing land and the land to grow feed crops is not sustainable. The land requirements for grazing make it unsustainable at current levels, and certainly unsustainable if we contemplate an increase in grazing. 90% of livestock are raised in feedlots as opposed to grazing. And I know I'm going to get some questions on grazing. I have some sources I would love to share with you later if there are, in fact, questions on this. Animal agriculture is a leading cause of deforestation as space is needed for the animals themselves and their feed crops. The single largest driver for habitat loss is livestock production, including those raised via grazing. Animal agriculture is a cause of species extinction. The demand for meat is a significant driver of global biodiversity loss. And regarding erosion in the United States, livestock production is responsible for 55% of soil erosion due to overgrazing. Okay, so if we instead choose to reverse the trend of meat consumption, we will remove the pressure to clear new land and further damage wildlife. We will free up existing land, restoring native ecosystems to increase biodiversity. Regarding the image, what we grow and eat affects the amount of food available. Producing food via farmed animals is very wasteful use of resources, as I mentioned before. We see in the chart that beef, the highest bar in the chart, uses about 120 square meters per kilocalorie, whereas potatoes use 1/10 of that at 1.2 square meters per calorie. Rice, close to the bottom, uses only 0.76. We see that cheese is the third highest at about 23 square meters per calorie, uses significantly more than either pork or poultry, both at about 7. Okay, so now we go to water use. We're all aware that there is a global water crisis that's expected to only increase in the future. Animal agriculture is hugely water intensive. The chart indicates how many gallons of water are required to make 1 pound of various foods. And I know that Dr. Jen Purdy in her presentation last night, she touched on some of these issues and she had a similar comment about water use. We see that 1 pound of beef, it's to the far right of the chart, uses 1,800 gallons of water, whereas a pound of cereals or grains uses only about 200. Veggies, 40. We see that nuts at 1,100 is high, right behind beef, and is ahead of chicken and pork. So we see that not all plant-based foods have the same impacts across all aspects. Okay, in addition, many of our bodies of water are polluted by animal waste runoff and leakage. This waste is a significant cause of ocean dead zones and ocean acidification. Regarding animal waste runoff, in 2012, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency found that livestock and poultry only on the largest concentrated animal feeding operation, or CAFOs, so not all farm animals, produced 369 million tons of manure. This was almost 13 times more waste than that of the entire U.S. human population of 312 million. And as we will see in the slide on antibiotic resistance, waste runoff, animal waste runoff that gets into our rivers can create superbugs, which causes problems for humans. Okay. Okay, next week we talk about chronic diseases, and actually Dr. Purdy talked about this as well last night. So eating animal products greatly increases the risk of chronic disease. There was a study just released in this month, March 2022, of over 300,000 United States veterans. The conclusion was that a greater adherence to a plant-based diet was associated with substantially lower total mortality in this large population of veterans. These findings support recommending plant-rich dietary patterns for the prevention of major chronic diseases. Chronic diseases cause 75% of deaths in Ontario, with annual direct healthcare costs in the province of $10.5 billion. Shifting to a plant-based diet would have significant impact on the number and severity of chronic diseases. Note that dairy is the greatest source of saturated fats. Dairy generally contains contaminants such as PCBs and dioxins, hormones, and antibiotics. Regarding COVID, some of these chronic conditions, the ones with an asterisk, are risk factors for COVID-19. Writing in an open letter, 15 top doctors in the UK have advised that going vegan is the quickest and cheapest way of fighting obesity, type 2 diabetes, and heart disease, which they cite are major risk factors for COVID-19. They write, going vegan is one of the simplest, cheapest things Britons can do to slash the risk of becoming seriously ill with COVID-19. Okay, so we'll talk more about pandemics later on. Okay, so the United Nations has stated that processed meat is a class 1 carcinogen and that red meat is a category 2A probable carcinogen. Vegans are more likely to be within a healthy BMI, so a healthy weight. The incidence of all cancers combined is lower among vegans, especially for some of the fastest growing tumors, lymphomas, and leukemias. And the worst meat for that is actually chicken. Longevity. People who eat plants and not animals live longer. Every 3% of energy intake from plant protein instead of animal protein reduces a person's risk of premature death by 10%. There's increasing evidence that eating plant-based foods benefits the brain and helps prevent dementia. There's solid evidence that type 2 diabetes and heart disease can be prevented, treated, and sometimes reversed by eating vegan. And the recently elected mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, he is an exemplar of this. He was able to reverse his diabetes and regain his lost sight through going totally vegan. And he's a big proponent of vegan diet for health. Okay, so a shift to a plant-based diet would reduce global mortality caused by food production by 10%. Estimates for a completely vegan diet project project that 129 million lives saved and 8.1 million deaths a year by 2050. These projections also see trillions of dollars saved in healthcare costs by 2050, money that could be used for other healthcare priorities. And I'm sure, and as we know, the Green Party has a lot of those healthcare priorities. Okay, antibiotic resistance. Antibiotics are used routinely in animal agriculture, not only to prevent or treat disease, but routinely added to animal feed because it increases growth rate and profit. But antibiotic resistance poses a serious threat to public health. The routine use of antibiotics in animal agriculture is recognized by the World Health Organization and the UN as a significant contributor to superbugs emergence. Up to 10 million people are expected to die from superbugs each year by 2050 if action is not taken. In Canada, about 82% of all antibiotics are sold or distributed to food animals. Public waterways next to industrial farms in Manitoba were recently found to contain antibiotic-resistant genes that are dangerous to public health. Industrial farms could be discharging superbugs into the wider environment as a result of pig waste being spread on fields and leaching into groundwater and public waterways. Okay, pandemics. We're now all very acutely aware of pandemics, and most pandemics are the result of zoonotic diseases. That is, diseases that are transmitted from animals to humans. And they're becoming increasingly common as humans and animals come increasingly into contact. For example, expanding farms will encroach on wild habitat, so that allows for more interactions. Most of the diseases cross from wild animals to domesticated animals and then to humans. 60% of known infectious diseases and 75% of emerging infectious diseases are zoonotic. Some zoonotic diseases include Ebola, SARS, HIV, Lyme disease, and COVID-19. The United Nations Environment Program issued a report in July 2020 called Preventing the Next Pandemic and stated that the major driver of pandemics was increasing human demand for animal protein, which is forcing these interactions between the farm animals and wild animals. Dr. Courtney Howard, who's a former Green Party leadership candidate, has co-authored a national observer piece on climate action. In that, she stated, healthier, more sustainable diets can help us lessen the carbon footprint and deforestation associated with animal agriculture, which assists in preventing future pandemics by reducing land use changes and the potential for zoonotic spillover of new viruses. Okay, deforestation, which is largely driven by the need for agricultural land to graze livestock or raise food for livestock, is a major factor in our increasing contact with wild animals and thus increases in zoonotic diseases. Also, it should be noted that factory farms and slaughterhouses are COVID hotspots. And there was a big outbreak, as we all heard, in a plant in Red Deer, Alberta. Okay, so animal welfare. Why are some animals considered pets and others food? Which brings us to a discussion of animal welfare. The fates of humans and non-humans, along with the planet, are intertwined. If we take care of animals, we take care of the planet and our own health. Some social activists link social justice with animal justice, and we will discuss a group within the Green Party, the Green Party of Canada Animal Rights Group, that does this when we talk about their proposals later on. Okay, so the EU and scientists who have studied the matter have found that farm animals are sentient beings. They have intricate social relations, sophisticated psychological patterns. They know pain, fear, and loneliness. They can suffer, and they can be happy. At the same time, farm animals are exempt from animal cruelty legislation and duty of care provisions in provincial animal welfare legislation in Canada. And it's not an accident. We'll find out in a bit about that. Paul McCartney said if slaughterhouses had glass walls, everyone would be vegetarian as he is. And in response to a growing outcry in France against slaughterhouse cruelty and hygiene and safety violations, it's now a crime. The French National Assembly passed a bill for mandatory cameras in all French slaughterhouses. Now contrast that with the situation with several provinces in Canada, including Ontario, where it's a crime, including to call attention to farm animals' plights as a result of the so-called ag-gag laws. The ag-gag bills criminalize whistleblowing on factory farms. This applies even to journalists, which I find quite shocking. Okay, so animal welfare continued. Space is very limited, mutilation is commonplace, fast growth is necessity for profits, there's unnatural breeding, and dairy and eggs are related to the meat industry. Calves are removed from their mother at birth, and the male calves are slaughtered for veal, and male chicks are ground up alive. And here's just a photo of, I didn't show the most graphic photos, but these are some photos that give you kind of the living conditions of these animals. And you can see that they're not pleasant. And what might also strike you in terms of COVID is there's no distancing. Okay, the food security. We have all heard about the existing food crisis, and it's been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine. But anyway, it was existing before that. The food crisis that many have predicted will become a large-scale famine in part. Okay. By 2050, current global food systems will be challenged to feed the expected population of approximately 10 billion people, which is 2 billion more than we have now. But by growing plants instead of raising animals, we can increase available food calories by as much as 70% and feed an additional 4 billion people. Enough to feed more than everyone at peak population 2100. Animals are a very inefficient means of producing calories, as we saw before. They can take from 10 to 100 kilograms of plant foods to produce just 1 kilogram of animal products. Okay. Unlike current animal agriculture practices, which are destroying ecosystems, indigenous animal husbandry has been around for thousands of years without permanent desecration to the earth or depletion of animal populations. Indigenous peoples sustainably harvest plants and animals from intact natural ecosystems. And many indigenous groups have strong roots in plant-based agricultural systems which nourish the soil. For example, the Three Sisters vegetable garden with corn, beans, and squash are an example of companion planting that has been used for centuries in North America, including in the Haudenosaunee in the Great Lakes area. Okay, some famous vegans that may surprise you. Lots of vegan athletes, including tennis champions Vanessa and Serena Williams, athletes from the NHL, NFL, and mixed martial arts, many politicians, musicians, and actors. Researchers show that a vegan diet can enhance athletic performance by improving cardiovascular health, reducing blood pressure and cholesterol, and promoting weight loss. There's a wonderful documentary, The Game Changers, I believe it's still on Netflix, that interviews vegan world-class athletes about how going vegan has improved their athletic performance. Okay, so the chart, this slide on the right, is a visual display of the information on the left. So as consumers, we can make a real difference, even with small changes in our diets. As mentioned previously, CO2 equivalent means a CO2e means a CO2 equivalent, including the much larger effects of both methane and nitrous oxide previously discussed. We can see that a serving of beef, the gray bar to the left of the graph, has the most effect on greenhouse gases at 6.61 pounds of CO2 equivalent per serving. Contrast this with 0.11 for legumes, that's beans and lentils, 0.03 for potatoes. Even eggs and dairy products have much larger impacts than any of the plant-based foods. And what may surprise you is that cheese has more impact than pork or chicken. Replacing beef or lamb with chicken or pork is an effective way to reduce your carbon footprint. It may seem surprising that not eating animal products for breakfast and lunch, so vegan 2 out of 3 meals, has a smaller CO2 footprint than the average full-time vegetarian diet. And I'll provide some resources at the end for those who would like to explore this idea. Okay, so here's a similar chart that shows the greenhouse gas emissions of various foods, but includes the greenhouse gases generated across the supply chain, including land use, methane emissions, animal feed, processing, transport, retail, and packaging. Green is land use changes, which includes deforestation and changes in soil carbon, and brown is farm, which includes methane emission from cows or from rice, and any emissions from fertilizer, manure, and farm machinery, and those tend to be the larger bars on the graph. We see that beef at 60 kilograms CO2 equivalents per kilogram of product, lamb at 24, and cheese at 21 are the top 3. And grains with wheat at 1.4, vegetables and fruit with apples at 0.4, and nuts have much smaller greenhouse gas footprint. Okay, so the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change made this helpful chart, other than the comment on nuclear, which, that shows the impact of greenhouse gas emissions of various diets. We as consumers can have a profound effect, but you don't have to go full vegan to make a real difference. As you can see, even minor adjustments to an omnivore's diet will reduce greenhouse gases, while going vegan would mitigate 8 gigatons per year. The top bar, pescatarian, which is vegetarian including seafood, mitigates almost 4. Even simply moderating the amount of meat mitigates 3 gigatons. Okay, so when things in our society don't make sense, it's often helpful to follow the money. In the case of tobacco, lead, and asbestos, it took decades before the scientific evidence reached the mainstream, and countless had to suffer consequences. This brings us to the money trail of animal agriculture, which can shed some light on the reasons why, despite being one of the major causes of climate change and many other conditions we have been discussing, we are still favoring and even subsidizing animal agriculture. It is clear from this data shown in the chart, which indicates the number of lobbying registrations, that the Dairy Farmers Consortium, the top bar, is by far the most active lobby organization in Canada. Chicken Farmers is at number 4. Note that these are both ahead of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers at number 5. In an ideal world, lobby organizations would have no influence on politicians, but that's not the reality. Lobby organizations need to show their clients a return on their investment. Okay, so lobbying gets results. The irony is, of course, that an industry that is a significant contributor to climate change is getting huge payouts from our government due to damage suffered because of climate change, the wildfires, the droughts, the flooding. So lots of money is going to compensation for the market access concessions made under trade agreements, the Canadian European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, and the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Agreements. Industrial lobbyists fought hard for compensation from the Canadian government for trade agreements which open up small portions of the Canadian markets to foreign products. CPP, okay. And you can see the huge amounts. So there's billions of dollars that are going. And what I find kind of shocking is this guarantee program under TPP, the Trans-Pacific Agreement, which provides for 100% income protection for dairy farmers for 15 years. So that's money that we as taxpayers, and even us who don't consume dairy, we're paying for that. And it's not called a subsidy, it's called compensation, but, you know. Okay, so there's other recent examples. There's all kinds of, like, you know, every time you turn around, the Minister of Agriculture, the federal or provincial ministers of agriculture are announcing millions of dollars in compensation, for example, under COVID or just in general. So yeah, these are some of the examples. In August of last year, up to 500 million for livestock producers who were affected by droughts and wildfires, which are, as we know, in part, at least probably due to climate change. And then 340 million drought relief for ranchers, 428 million in February at livestock and feed producers, and also 155 million for drought relief. Okay, so we can have an effect on animal agriculture and its impacts not only as food consumers, but also as climate activists and as Green Party members. As mentioned at the start of this presentation, if we look at diverse government policies in a more coherent manner, we can see a way forward to affect changes in health, climate change, public health, pandemics, etc., if we look closely and address animal agriculture. There's a group, a lovely, very lovely group of Green Party members. We call ourselves the Green Party Animal Rights Group, although we're not quite sure about that name, but it seeks to build solidarity between animal rights and other social justice movements to affect broad-based change. We have presented two proposals. And number one on the slide, and also fair and just transition refers to the impact on such groups as farm workers, low-income Canadians, and Indigenous and marginalized communities and individuals. So in the number one about subsidies. The Canada Food Guide one was there was a discussion of this in the, I believe it was the plenary yesterday at the VGM, and it's going to be workshopped today, hopefully. So, and the Food Guide proposal, it reflects changes to the Canada Food Guide, which in the past have been heavily influenced by meat and dairy industry, who were part of the people making the Food Guide. Conflict of interest? Okay, the 2019 guide, which did not include those actors, it emphasized plant-based foods as the way to help prevent chronic diseases. Now, it's not saying everybody has to go vegan. It's more of a soft approach. And note that Liberal MP Nathaniel Erskine-Smith has proposed a similar bill on these subsidies. Oh, sorry. I'm mixing them up. Sorry. Okay, so. And Paul Manley introduced the motion in the House of Commons about subsidies to industrial scale animal agriculture, and that also the greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act should be revised to bring the emissions of the animal agriculture industry under its provisions. And here, if we look at the 2020 platform, we see that there is language promoting more plant-based eating, again, not requiring people to become vegans, and reduce consumption of animal source foods to support the recommendations of the food guide, and reduce their animal protein consumption, and to establish the emissions targets. So the Green Party is on its way, and I've heard there might be even more coming. Okay, so other policy initiatives from around the world, we could promote plant-based diets further. A group of like-minded fellow Green Party members have prepared a petition to the Green Party of Ontario to encourage people to shift to more plant-based food products. Another option would be to subsidize healthy plant-based options. Nation Rising, which is a Canadian nonpartisan political advocacy group lobbying to shift multi-billion-dollar government subsidies away from animal agriculture and toward the creation of a plant-based food system, has recommended making healthy food affordable, creating new subsidies to ensure healthy plant-based and organic food is available to everyone, in particular Indigenous and low-income communities. So discouragement is another tactic. So the average Chinese person eats half as much meat as the average American, and yet the Chinese government is asking that amount to be halved as they recognize the health and environmental costs of consuming animal products. What if Canada did the same? Another means of discouraging the consumption of meat is the meat tax. The EU is considering it. The previously discussed, and if we were able to end the subsidies to animal agriculture, would make healthy plant-based foods more affordable to everyone. It would level the playing field for these products. Another option is carbon labeling. You see the feet image there. It's being experimented, I believe, in the UK to have actual footprint coded on your food, so you can see, what the carbon footprint of what you're eating is. We need to consider assisting farmers in transition. The previous first proposal mentions a fair and just transition, and Nation Rising recommends helping farmers transition. The last possible policy item would be removing the animal agriculture laws. The gag laws. Okay, so this is George Monbiot at the top, urging us all to sign the Plant-Based Treaty. It's a companion to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and Paris Agreement. It's a grassroots campaign designed to put food systems at the forefront of combating the climate crisis. It's modeled on the popular fossil fuel treaty. It aims to halt the widespread degradation of critical ecosystems caused by animal agriculture and to promote a shift to healthier, sustainable plant-based diets. And I have a recording of Elizabeth May agreeing that she's willing to sign on to it. And I encourage anyone who's interested to actually go online and sign it themselves. Okay. So there's some barriers to transitioning to more plant-based diets, and we recognize that. So these are some of the ones. Historically, getting enough calories was an issue, and thus any type of food was welcome. But even in hunter-gatherer societies, it's likely the diet consisted of 80% plants and that meat was eaten only on a regular basis. Food has significant cultural and social symbolism beyond nutrition. These barriers may be shifting in the same way that there was a huge cultural shift in attitudes to whale hunting, tobacco, and drunk driving. So change is possible. It's difficult, but it's it is possible. Okay, so the availability of yummy vegan options, along with a wide variety of vegan cookbooks and blogs, makes modifying our diets easier. Plant-based food is much more than salad. Okay, and alternatives. There's so many alternatives if you go to your most grocery stores. And then with lab-based or cultured meat, which will be more widely sold in the future, we won't be subject to food-borne pathogens such as E. coli and salmonella. It also can be modified so that the marbling is made with more healthy fats. And while vegan food is becoming more available, it's not cheap. And I sympathize with those who can't afford the alternatives because they are expensive. The good news is that more companies are recognizing the vegan market, and so there's more competition coming in, which will hopefully lower the prices. And also, if we can shift our subsidies away from animal agriculture to plant-based, healthy, organic, plant-based agriculture, especially in communities that are underserved, that are in food deserts, and serve low-income and indigenous consumers, then we can help to level that playing field. Okay, so I'm in Ottawa, so this is just a few places. We have an abundance of totally vegan restaurants in Ottawa, and just these are some of them. I'm sure there are some where you live. Well, I hope there are. Okay. So here are some guides to transition and some example campaigns. Reducitarian, which means simply reducing your animal food products, and also vegan before 6. So your breakfast and lunch is vegan and your dinner is not. And there's some guides to transition. I'd be happy to share with you some of our favorite cookbooks and blogs if you're interested. And I hope you've come away with a better understanding of the animal agricultural food system and how it affects all of us, of how the way we treat animals is connected to planetary and human health, and of the possibilities open to all of us to reduce the impacts of this industry that causes so much damage. We're excited that more and more people are rethinking animal food systems and are envisioning a world based on plant-based food systems. And there's something even called veganic farming, which is a combination of organic and vegan, which sounds very promising to me. Sorry. I'm very interested to hear what you think in the discussion and would be happy to answer any questions you may have now or in the future. Please feel free to email me with any questions that I can't get to today. Also, I would greatly appreciate any feedback you have. And please contact me if you'd like to join either the Green Party of Canada Plant-Based Facebook group or our Slack channel. We're looking for other groups and organizations to present to, so let us know. So I'm just going to grab a glass of water and then I will handle your questions.
Okay, so Jen Purdy here. I've already got 7 questions or comments for Ella to answer, and I might pipe in on a couple which might be a little bit more health related. But once she gets back, she'll answer those questions and comments. But if you have any other questions and comments, feel free to fire them in on Rocket Chat or via Zoom, the Q&A or the chat. I'm monitoring both, and so is she. So Ella, you're back. Did you want me to start off? We have like 7 Q&As, which include questions and comments. Do you want me to read them out to you, or how would you like to? Okay, sounds good. So from Kyle in Winnipeg, from earlier in the talk, do we know why there was a drop in the mid-late 90s on the scale and growth of animal egg chart?
I do not know the answer to that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Like I also was drawing a loss. And then Jillian wrote in, and then this is more of a comment. It is not the cow, but the how. And so I thought you might have some thoughts about that.
So is the person saying that how the cow is raised is the problem and it's not the actual cow?
I'm guessing so. And from a healthcare perspective, I think there's still going to be significant issues. And I think from climate change, there will still be significant issues. But I do know that there's a bit of a trend out there, and I think you've seen it too, where there are some people who are arguing that if the cows are able to like regenerate the soil and that sort of thing, then it doesn't cause much problems. I'm not too sure how much evidence there is for that, but maybe you can comment on it not being the cow, but maybe how they're raised, how they're fed, how they're grazed, and that sort of.
Okay, so I'm just going to, I assume it has to do with the grazing question, so I'm just going to, I have some sources on that, I'm just going to refer to them in just a second. Okay. Yeah, there was a study of, promising regenerative agriculture practices, and particularly in regard to grazing. And there were some large-scale evaluations of these earlier studies that showed that regenerative farming and including livestock was actually a good thing for the environment. So these kind of larger meta studies have shown that actually that's not the case. And grazing, in many cases, it can actually cause damage to the soil. It has an impact on carbon. I'm not an expert on grazing, but I just want to I'm going to put in the chat some examples of these studies that have shown this. Okay, let me just find it, because it seems to be a question that comes up a lot. Okay. I can't locate it now, but I'd be happy to respond to that person privately, perhaps after the presentation.
Okay, and in the meantime, Anita Payne wrote in about I think the drop in the production in the 90s, that mad cow disease. That might have been when mad cow disease became a bit more prevalent. And as Anita writes in, that caused a drop in beef consumption. So that might be the answer to the question as to what caused that drop in animal agriculture back in the 90s. So next thought, let's see. I'm so sorry, I'm just going down the list. Oh, Kyle, also from Winnipeg again, also asked, do you think that there is any room for animal agriculture in a sustainable future? For example, in a smaller scale, local fashion? If yes, where do you see animal rearing fitting in? If no, why not?
Okay, so you talk about sustainability, and I'm not an expert on whether these small operations would work. I can just speak to the larger general picture. Is these animals are going to produce methane. They're going to produce waste that has to be dealt with. They're going to be given antibiotics that will have impacts on human health. They're going to be using up land and water resources. They're going to be, even if they're grazed, they may also be given feed, which, if it had been used in terms of that feed crops had been used to feed humans, would be much more efficient in terms of food security. So the growing population of the planet in terms of food security, and also the climate impacts of animal agriculture. I mean, I can't say absolutely, I'm not an expert on whether small scale operations wouldn't work, but to me, the indicators are that, we should be moving away from this. And there's now even, cultured and lab grown meat, and this is going to become more widely available. And this might make the whole idea of animal agriculture moot. I mean, that's the hope anyway. So I don't know if I answered the question completely or.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's a tough one, but I think that, and your parts of your presentation where you also talked about removing the animal subsidies. Like personally, I see a future where you might, we're probably still going to have some animal agriculture, but you might have it without the subsidies, and on a smaller scale would be a whole bit more sustainable. But then if there's no subsidies, it's going to become the luxury that people have once or twice a year, if that. But I do agree, but we're also so far gone with climate change that ideally it'd be better for people to get to as close to zero as possible. So yeah, but I think you knocked that one out of the park. So next thought, and this is a comment, and I might be able to feed in if you'd like. This is from Jillian. Comparisons to servings are not truly comparative. You need to compare
to what? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. This is from the discussion. Comparisons to servings or serving sizes, I think, are not truly comparative. you need to compare it to nutrient density for growth of children. So if you want, I can comment on eating more plant-based with pediatric health and that sort of thing.
Okay, it sounds like a reasonable concern to me. It sounds actually a really interesting one. So I'm glad you brought that up. I will look into that myself because I'll change my presentation.
Yeah.
Sounds like it should, yeah.
May I'll just touch on it because actually because of what I do, for anybody, I'm a family doctor. I am board certified with the American Board of Lifestyle Medicine. And I actually brought this up. It should be reassuring for everyone to know that even for children, eating a more plant predominant or even 100% plant-based way of eating is recommended. The American Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics 2016 position statement unequivocally endorses that. They're appropriately planned. You're not just feeding a child apple juice, for example, which would be a bad idea, just as feeding a child only steak would be a bad idea. But it's no, eating a plant predominant way of eating is actually endorsed widely now for all stages of life except for breastfeeding. And this goes for everyone, including athletes. And just for anybody who might have a child and is considering or be pregnant as well, and is considering eating more in a plant-based manner, there's an excellent new book called Nourish. It may be available from your local library. And it was written by an American pediatrician, Dr. Resma Shaw, and Canadian internationally recognized registered dietitian, Ms. Brenda Davis, who lives out in British Columbia. And the book is called Nourish, and it looks at the definitive plant-based nutrition guide for families with tips and recipes for bringing health, joy, and connection to your dinner. And it is evidence-based. So hopefully that will be reassuring for anybody with kids of all ages outside of breastfeeding about the advantages, even for children, because of course you're setting them up not only for climate change, like, helping to decrease their footprint, but of course, health-wise, because at the end of the day, we want our kids to be healthy. And this is an excellent, healthful way to raise your children as well as it's reasonably well planned. Like I said, you don't just feed the child apple juice or Coca-Cola and Oreos, but a nice, relatively varied diet. So pardon me. Okay, so back to you. I'll just bring up the next Q&A.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Dr. Purdy. That was awesome.
Oh, no problem. That's I was just reading Nourish. It's a fantastic book, and but it's also, everybody just wants to have healthy kids, and so it's always good to know that what you're doing is evidence-based and is helpful. Okay, so next comment from Jillian. Livestock on leftovers is a necessity towards being green in the Canadian climate. So the term is livestock on leftovers. I had to look this up. Apparently,
can you say that a bit more slowly? I didn't quite catch.
I'm
livestock
so sorry. On leftovers, livestock on leftovers. So they're being fed, I think, excess food from our food system is a necessity towards being green in the Canadian climate. So this is a comment, and I didn't know if you might have something to add to this, please.
Well, I mean, it sounds, I'm not aware of that particular aspect of livestock farming. I mean, it sounds definitely like it's more sustainable than giving them feed crops that are grown specifically for animals. I don't see the other issues going away, though. I mean, we saw, the bars, the graph with the greenhouse gas emissions across the production cycle, and it wasn't just feed. Feed was an important part of it, but and there's also the methane emitted and transportation and water and land use. So I don't see it being like the miracle cure for livestock growing, but it certainly sounds like a good initiative as opposed to feeding them feed crops.
Yeah. So next comment is from Lynn, and then I'll be, for everybody who's put more recent Q&As, and I'll be able to get to those in a second. But Lynn wrote, and this is a comment, is vegetarianism a diet for a small planet or a diet for an ever-increasing human population? 200 years ago, there were vast herds of herbivores, but no negative impact on climate change. And many indigenous cultures, like those on the Canadian plains, were supported sustainably by a grass-bison economy. This has been replaced by a totally unsustainable grain agriculture. Given there are many problems associated with the way animal agriculture is done today, the greater problem is the scale of the human enterprise. Although we can support a much larger population feeding at the base of the food chain, it is not a path to sustainability. And that's from Lynn. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn, for that very important comment. And it's a wonderful book, A Diet for a Small Planet.
And then the next question is, well, I'll get to that in a second, from Dennis. Excellent presentation, Ella. Q, sorry if you mentioned it. Where do you see so-called lab or cell cultured meat from ethical, environmental, and business development perspectives?
Yes, so I did briefly touch on lab-grown meat, and it's already available, not widely available. It's going to become more widely available, and some predict that it's going to be the end of livestock. It's going to be the end of animal agriculture. I hope so. But from an ethical standpoint, I haven't really given a lot of thought to it. I know that some people object to it on ethical grounds. I would have no problem eating it. I look forward to my first lab-grown steak. So environmentally, I've heard that it's not as promising environmentally as we had hoped. I don't have the exact information on that. So it's been a bit of a disappointment in that way, but there are so many other benefits to it. From a business perspective, I'm not the right person to ask that, but I mean, these are all interesting questions, but I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, next comment is from Pat, and comment is, transitioning to a full plant-based diet throughout the world will tend to increase world population. This will result in larger energy demands. Consider that the nations with the highest level of plant-based diet tend to be the nations with the highest populations and the lowest quote-unquote standard of living. Increasing the population of the world is not going to negate our problems. And I may have a comment after you as well, Ella, to address that if you want.
Okay, well, that's an interesting question. I very much disagree with the whole premise of that question. My understanding, the reason that many countries around the world eat mostly plant-based is a matter of they don't have the income for meat. They don't have the resources. I don't think it's a cause and effect relationship at all. I don't think that plant-based diet leads to all of it. Well, it actually, you'll see in the movie The Game Changers, it has a positive impact on male erectile dysfunction. So maybe that will be the way that it actually increases population. But there's no evidence that plant-based diet leads to higher population. It's just what do you call it? So in economics, it's a anyway. But that's it for me. So Jen, go ahead.
Okay, so all I was going to say was that I read it. Unfortunately, I cannot read the name of the book, but fascinating. Canada, about what, in the 1800s, we had there were very large families, right, occurring in Canada, and then the infant mortality rate dropped, and that's what occurs in nations around the world. As the nations start to get more economically strong, family size drops. So actually right now it is predicted that the world human population is going to top out at about 11 billion, because in other nations are starting to see more economic advantages like Canada, the birth rate, because the infant mortality rate is dropping, families there, just like families here in Canada, they want to see children be able to get educated and possibly go on beyond that. And so you're able to do that more when you limit family size. And so there's no reason to believe that we will be going beyond 11 billion. And that does sound like a lot. But again, as Ella pointed out during her presentation, the populations are, it's only sustainable if we stay on this animal product heavy way of eating, really, right? So, but that's an additional piece that is very important when we're looking at population size around the world. So next comment or question from Andrew. The issue of whether animal egg can continue in a planet-friendly way depends on levels of consumption. This implicates animal feed sources, how long the animals live, and their waste output. Non-high density animal farming can't be scaled up to present consumption levels.
Can you repeat that, please? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yes, I'm sorry. There's a lot in there. There's the issue of whether animal egg can continue in a planet-friendly way depends on levels of consumption. This implicates animal feed sources, how long the animals live, and their waste output. Non-high density animal farming cannot be scaled up to present consumption levels.
Yeah, I'm not really an expert in farming, but definitely if we want to get away from the worst offenders in terms of the climate and all that, and the environmental aspects, we want to get away from the high density industrial farming. So I would prefer to see no animal farming, but I understand that if it does continue that small scale, it sounds much more like a positive thing.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add is that animals they're not living any longer than necessary, because don't forget, this is not about the animals. This is an economic model. It's a business model. So chicken, I think, are slaughtered at 43 days because they're genetically modified so that they get so heavy they can't even walk around towards the end of their very short life. So 43 days, I believe, is at what point you can slaughter the chickens, the broilers you'll see in grocery stores and that sort of thing. So animals are not being kept alive any longer than necessary. And we've seen this during the pandemic, because when there's been slaughterhouse shutdowns because of COVID-19 outbreaks, there's been huge animal culls because the farmers, it was an economic decision. So those pigs cannot stay alive one day longer because it was costing too much in feed, and they could not be taken to slaughter because these slaughterhouses were shut down in Canada, the States, and around the world. Sorry about that, bit of a comment. But now to Deborah, just a comment. I found TABLE, TABLE in capitals, to be a good resource for a balanced discussion of food system topics, and she has a website there for anyone who's interested. That's under Q&A for anyone who wants to access that. And then Lynn wrote in, the prairies are the most endangered of all Canadian ecosystems. This is due to their almost complete appropriation by grain agriculture. A grass/herbivore culture is much more sustainable and compatible with other prairie species.
Okay, I was not aware that grain agriculture was causing so much problem. I do know that pulses are a big farming agricultural product in Canada, and that I think Canada might even be like the #1 lentil exporter in the whole world. So if we need to transition away from grains, for to help the environment, I don't see that as really a problem. Yeah, so and the fewer farm animals we have, then the more opportunity for rewilding and regeneration of nature and ecosystems. And so we have those natural grasses come back. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you for that question.
Okay, and I'm sorry, let's see. Pardon me. Next comment is from Lynn. Why were the Inuit such a healthy human culture prior to contact with Europeans, although subsisting completely on an animal diet? And I can help with that answer if you would like.
I would love for you to. I can just say really quickly that, it is interesting. And they did eat a lot of fish, which apparently was quite healthy. And then, many before settler diet has ruined the health of immigrant populations as well, this Western sad diet. So a lot of people, like, for example, coming from China with really healthy aspects of, come to North America, and all of a sudden their health outcomes go down. So I'm not familiar with the Inuit, but I'll leave it to Jen, but thank you for that question.
Okay, so a couple of things, because I've been working with lifestyle medicine and usually recommending a whole food plant-based way of eating for healthful reasons since at least before 2018 now. But there was a couple of things that get said about the Inuit. Number one, they didn't have cardiovascular disease before this area was colonized. Or that's the main thing, is that, well, what about the Inuit? Why do you need plant-based? So Inuit, apparently they do have a genetic anomaly where they don't process cholesterol or absorb it as well as other people. And so from what I understand, and so that would help them to absorb less cholesterol. However, there's also this myth, especially amongst people who would endorse a ketogenic diet or a meat predominant diet, that they didn't have any cardiovascular disease, and that's absolutely false. Apparently, two researchers who had come over centuries ago and interviewed Inuit, based on interviews, they determined that there was no cardiovascular disease. But autopsy studies, even before Inuit way of life was changed because of colonialism and because of the food systems being disrupted and their total lives being disrupted, actually on autopsy evidence, they even with the not absorbing cholesterol in the same way and metabolizing it the same way as other humans do, they definitely still would have a cardiovascular disease, and that could also, of course, lead to their death. So they were healthy. Their bodies had adapted over centuries and more in terms of how to process cholesterol, but they still did have cardiovascular disease. But they also had a very healthy, moving, socially connected way of eating. So pardon me.
No, thank you so much, Jen.
Yeah. Oh, no worries. Okay, and Jillian's just pointing out, and this would be an issue for ethical vegans, for some ethical vegans, although I haven't looked into it much, so I don't know. But Jillian's just pointing out that lab-grown meats still have fetal cast serum in them. And you may know more about what's in the lab-grown meats. I have no idea. So over to you, Ella.
No, I'm not familiar with that. Thank you for bringing that up. I knew that there were some people who objected to the lab-grown meat, so I wasn't aware of the exact objection, but thank you for bringing that up. That's good to know.
Sorry about this. I was just quickly answering one thing. Let's see. Okay, I don't know if we've mentioned GMO, but Julian did kindly ask us not to equate selective breeding with GMO. I don't, and then Pat, which is a comment, and sorry, did you want to say something about that? She just wrote, do not equate selective breeding with GMO.
I wasn't aware. I mean, it wasn't in my presentation, so I'm not sure where she got that.
I don't think I've mentioned that before, but it's good for us to be aware that, and that does make sense. And next comment is from, or question from Pat. Pulses. Due to the way that pulses ripen, they are the largest user of I think it's glyphosate. Almost every farm that produces them commercially uses this toxic product. Do you have a comment about that, Ella?
Yes, I'm totally against the use of I can't pronounce it correctly, glyphosates or glyphosates, whatever it is. But no, I'm totally against it, and I'm really a proponent of what's called the veganic farming method, which is starting to arise. And I believe I mentioned it a few minutes ago in the presentation, where we combine vegan farming with organic farming. And so it's unfortunate that the current farmers use so much of it, and it is damaging. I agree.
Yeah. And Lynn has a comment. Endangered prairie species do not care if it is grain or pulse crop. Both inflict the same damage to natural ecosystems. I don't know if you have a comment about that.
Okay, there can be damage to ecosystems from growing grains and pulses, but it doesn't really compare to the damage to the ecosystems from animal agriculture. So if we have to feed humans, then we need to use the least damaging one. So
yeah, and the only thing I'd add is that many of the crops grown out west, if not most of them right now, are not for human consumption. They are for animal agriculture, in terms of grains like soy, for example. So soy for non-human consumption. So I think part of the answer there to help our preserve our biodiversity and preserve our environment is to be, again, moving away from animal agriculture. So we don't need to be feeding these animals. We just take, cut out the middle moo, as many people have said, and just get the plant, the plant foods as what as what we're eating primarily, and that's a great solution for that. And pardon me, I've got another comment from Jillian. Soil health is important. Cultivation in favor plant crops. Cultivation in favor plant crops without appropriate soil replenishment is depleting solid soil resources. Pardon me. Mixed farming systems are needed. Natural grasses do not stay natural without the ruminants grazing.
Okay. Regarding soil health, I found a U.S. study that showed, because there's a lot of evidence in U.S. they study everything, their agriculture department, their environmental departments. Canada less so. It's a bit harder to find it here, but I believe I mentioned previously in the presentation that 55% of soil erosion in the U.S. is from grazing, and that I do have some sources of people who are experts as opposed to me who point out the deficiencies in using grazing as part of a regenerative farming system. And I'd be happy to share those with you. I just don't have them at hand now, but happy to share. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, I'm just going to, Valia just piped in a comment, which is supportive about the pulses versus animal feed. If we go vegan, global farmland use could be, this is quote, I'm sorry, quote, global farmland use could be reduced by 75%, an area equivalent to the size of the US, China, Australia, and the EU combined, end quote, for rewilding and restoring biodiversity. So the answer is, we know what the answer is, we just need to get there. But pardon me, sorry, Ella, for your comment.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, cool. And then I have, sorry, I'm just going over to Rocket Chat. Let's see, pardon me, a question from Dennis. Do we know which national green parties are leading with the adoption of plant-based food and agriculture policies in their platforms, in brackets, I guess Germany and the UK, if not India, end brackets?
Well, I'm sorry to say that I believe it's only the Netherlands. There is a Green Party MP in the Hungarian Parliament supporting the plant-based treaty, as well as the Netherlands supporting the plant-based treaty, which doesn't say everybody has to become vegan, but it's discussed in the presentation. So I'm disappointed that the Greens around the world are kind of lagging in this result, and I understand that there's a lot of hesitation and there's a lot of also lobbying by the meat industry and aquaculture industry that kind of makes you think that, oh, dairy is sustainable and dairy is healthy for you, and we got it. And so it's yeah, thank you.
And then Jillian, and this is an older comment. I apologize to Jillian. I was just trying to get through all the Q&A as well, but it's an older comment, and I think it was the paper you're looking for about 10 minutes ago. Perhaps you could find it looking for among the supporting documents for the Eat Lancet report. So and for anybody who doesn't know about the Eat Lancet report, it's a fantastic report, which also, of course, highlights the need for us to be moving towards a plant-based way of eating, or plant-predominant way of eating, of course, in order to decrease our climate change footprint and to help fight against climate change. I've got a couple of new comments. I'm sorry about that. From David, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Comment is, and question, I live in a riding where the primary industry is dairy farming. What message should I share with voters here to explain your position on animal agriculture? Good question.
That's a really good question. I'm really happy that you are willing to take this on. So there's this idea, North America, and the lobby organizations like to promote it, that, dairy farms are kind of these small family-run organizations. We should support them. They're good people. And I'm not saying they're not good people. I'm just saying they're not small. They're just amalgamating into these huge, huge corporations that that cause so much damage to the environment. And as we mentioned, dairy has significant impacts on our health as well, in our healthcare budgets. And I just encourage you to just use all the information. I can share the presentation. I can share all kinds of resources, particularly aimed at dairy, which I'll be happy to do. But I'm really happy that you're taking this on, so thank you.
Yeah, I think the other thing too that Ella touched on during the presentation, or significant piece, is even just addressing the subsidies, because the dairy lobby gets so much in terms of subsidies, and then maybe leading with the fact that bovine represents a huge impact for climate change, and that our concern is Canadians' health. Just because, for example, it's known that dairy consumption increased the risk of breast cancer, and also it is a strong correlation for increasing the risk of prostate cancer. So if you go with that, those are two big pieces, and then it kind of explains where we're coming from. And it's not that we're anti-industry, and just by decreasing those subsidies or eliminating the subsidies, that will have an impact on consumption. So that might be another piece.
Thank you so much, Jen. Those are perfect. Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, so a comment, a question, story. I'm just reading it out quickly from Kyle in Winnipeg. Animal husbandry is such an ancient part of our cultures and identities, and I think it is unfair to expect it to disappear entirely. I'm curious to explore the possibility of smaller, low-density operations for those who wish to continue to live and work alongside animals. That being said, I think we should definitely be collectively lowering our consumption of animal products and promoting plant-based eating through shifting subsidies and the like, and cracking down on lobbying and BS advertising by dairy and such. So that's from Kyle.
Well, Kyle, thank you for those comments. I mean, I agree totally, that we need to promote plant-based diets more. We need to end the subsidies to the animal agriculture industry. There is a partial answer to your concern that all these policies that we're calling for calls for a just transition. So just like a just transition, a Green New Deal for the oil patch workers, we would have this for, we're all promoting this for livestock farmers. Whether animal husbandry, I mean, it's been around for a while, but what happened before that, what's been around even for longer was small scale hunting with 80% plant-based diet. So, it's just the scale of how far you want to look to see how far, and just because something has been done for a while doesn't mean, in light of new evidence, in light of new ideas, that we have to continue it. So animal husbandry needs to be looked at entirely in terms of the science, the evidence, and evaluated that way. We're a science-based party, we're an evidence-based party. So I just encourage us to follow the evidence and the science on this. And if the science says that small scale operations can work, I don't think they will, but if it does, then let's do it. But anyway, and if you find some studies that indicate that, then please share them with me. I'd love to see them. Thank you.
And Kyle just has a recommendation for everyone listening in. I think recommendation, sorry, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Kyle, but the documentary, The Milk System, available on Netflix. The filmmaker does a decent job of distinguishing between farmers and corporate players, which I also think is important. So thank you. I haven't had a chance to check that out yet either. And just for anybody who's on Rocket Chat, Valia has put a lot of information, and so has Stacy, about more plant-based and the impact of animal agriculture on climate change. There's several different resources that have been added to Rocket Chat. And right now, I think we're at the point where I'm not seeing anything new in terms of comments or questions. We still have a little bit of time. It's the 19 after, we have until 1:30. Just while we're waiting to see if there's any more questions or comments, I had a couple of comments from today. And one thing, when Ella was talking about antibiotic use, for any women listening in, or if you know a woman who experiences a lot of urinary tract infections or UTIs, these are things that affect usually women, not men, unless they have something anatomically abnormal. with the urinary tract system. But anyways, in 2018, there was a great paper that was published that actually got into the media, and then it was gone within a week. UTIs are connected to chicken consumption, and that is most likely because, and we'll see if this changes a little bit in Canada, because they changed the rules about antibiotic use in Canada a few years ago, although there are workarounds that you can still use antibiotics. Antibiotics are used to grow chickens because chickens put on weight quicker, and as we were talking about earlier, you usually want to be able to slaughter them as soon as possible, preferably I think at 43 days or so. But so antibiotic use is where possible, widespread when growing chickens. And so that is why women, even before they, because it's usually women who bring chicken into the house and then prepare the food, women will actually, within 24 hours of bringing chicken into their home from the grocery store, they'll be inoculated with the E. coli or Campylobacter, or whichever bacteria is in the chicken sample, or the chicken package that they brought home from the grocery store. And that is why, as a doctor, like when I did primary care, whenever I test somebody's urine, a woman's urine, because you're complaining of symptoms, it would come back. It would grow a bacteria, and then would say this bacteria is sensitive to, say, penicillin. It is resistant to, say, sulfa antibiotics. And that is most likely why. And I've actually seen it in patients who have decreased their chicken consumption. They stop experiencing, or probably like the UTIs, actually, they usually stop being urinary tract infections, because that's a primary cause that we don't talk about enough. The other thing too is, it was kind of ironic, given the talk today, that 11:30 last night, I'm not even sure why I'm on this email list, but I got something from Chicken Farmers of Ontario saying that there's been 2 suspect positive cases of high pathogenic avian influenza in 2 Ontario poultry flocks. So just to say, the whole idea about pandemics and outbreaks and disease spread amongst animals, but then the disease jumps to humans like COVID did. It's not just occurring around the world, but Canada is basically not exempt. So I'll go back. We've got some more questions or comments. Did you want me to ask, or are you looking at the Q&A now, Ella?
Oh no, thank you so much for that. I'm just finding some of the grazing articles I found. I'm just putting them in the rocket chat. Thank you.
Wonderful. That sounds good. So let's see. David, who is in the riding with has dairy farmers, he wanted to add that virtually, as a comment, that virtually all of the dairy farms in his riding, or correction, I'm so sorry, in their riding, are relatively small scale and family owned.
Okay, so, thank you for that. It was a generalization I made. I understand that. So thanks for pointing out that, yes, there are many small that still exist.
And then Julian wrote in, I do not want to say that I agree with the Eat Lancet report. I'm sorry, that was my assumption. I apologize for that. Mr. Willett, it's actually Dr. Willett. Dr. Willett works at Harvard University and is widely published. Dr. Willett's conclusions, this is from Julian, were not supported by the paper supporting documents. The supporting documents were published separately and not easily accessible. Sustainable food systems are what we needed. We cannot expect to grow the same crops in the temperates as otherwise. And that's a comment from Jillian.
Okay, there was a lot there. I didn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll read it again. I do not want to say that I agree with the Eat Lancet report. Dr. Willett's conclusions were not supported by the paper's supporting documents. The supporting documents were published separately and not easily accessible. Sustainable food systems are what are needed. We cannot expect to grow the same crops in the temperates as otherwise.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I will see. I'm not seeing any other questions with the Zoom Q&A, so I'm just going to go to Rocket Chat quickly and see if I can see anything else for you, Ella. Sorry about this. There's a lot of information in the Rocket Chat for anybody who's interested. Oh, and yeah, I see Alice. I'm sorry. I don't know if we have any more questions or comments at this point. Oh, pardon me. Julian just finished a comment. Epigenetics and UTIs, urinary tract infections, and severe depression. It appears from genomic studies of patient species that the bacteria associated with ruminants are protective, not. I can send sources from 2016 and 2019. Yes.
You, that's for you, Dr. Purdy.
Okay, I'll try. I'm just going to read this out again because I'm a little bit slow on the uptake. Epigenetics and urinary tract infections and severe depression. It appears from genomic studies of patient feces that the bacteria associated with ruminants are protective, not. I can send sources in 2016, 2019. So I'm not aware of that evidence. All I can say is somebody has a urinary tract infection, they do need to get treated. They will often find that a prevalence of urinary tract infections will decrease if they eliminate chicken from their diet. And even if they clean the chicken or wash the chicken, there was other great studies done actually, where even if you clean the chicken carefully in your kitchen and wash it off in the sink and that sort of thing, then clean all the surfaces, your surfaces will still swab positive. So it's very hard to truly clean a clean a kitchen properly after preparing chicken. And for severe depression, I can only comment that obviously if somebody is diagnosed or experiencing, especially severe depression, but even mild to moderate, it's always best to seek out treatment. Mild to moderate may or may not need medication. The evidence for severe depression is, of course, medication, and then cognitive behavioral therapy can help with all levels. But there's also evidence for mild to moderate in terms of even gain outside into the sunshine, gain outside into the outdoors, and gain some exercise when possible. And okay. So I think Jillian clarified a comment just to say that patient feces that the bacteria associated with ruminants are protective, as in not deleterious. So I'm going to take another perspective on that, simply because studies are American, but there's at least one study in Canada that if you go to the grocery store and grab a package of meat, in the States, it's like at least a 70% chance that meat is going to test positive for bacteria, right? And it may be antibiotic resistant, it may not be. And people might think, well, that's okay, I cook it to temperature. And you will cook it at temperature, but some of the bacteria, when it's destroyed, you will end up with endotoxins being released. And that's why you can have food outbreaks that have killed people like Jack in the Box in the States, where people either die or get kidney failure. You get outbreaks here in Canada all the time, even whether it's with animal products or lettuce, for example, because the lettuce is being grown in the States too close to large animal agricultural operations. But I'd be very cautious. Ideally, our food should not be covered in bacteria, especially that's coming from animal products, just because there's a chance it will be antibiotic resistant, and that can cause a whole host of other issues. And there's also types of E. coli that have mutated over time because of their exposure to antibiotics. And those are the ones that put people into kidney failure and kill people, including children. So I would just be very cautious about that. And it's another reason to move away from animal agriculture, in my professional opinion, and to eat a more plant predominant way of eating. But I appreciate there are different opinions out there. And Sheila comments at 1328, we've only got 2 minutes left. A plant-based diet has many positives, not involved in animal cruelty, not destroying the environment, or removing space from wildlife, et cetera, et cetera. So sorry. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you so much for that comment.
So I think at this point, I'll just go and look and see if there's a final question in Rocket Chat. There's nothing new for the Q&A. And I believe, again, if anybody's interested, there's many resources that have been added to Rocket Chat by Ella and a few people listening in. So thank you very much, everyone. I'll hand it over to Ella, but I think we're good now for Q&A, and it's 13:28 or 28 past the hour.
Yes, I just want to thank everybody for coming and showing such interest and having such interesting questions and comments. And I learned a lot from you today, and I encourage the conversation. So please join our Facebook group if you want to continue the conversation. Contact me if you'd like to join our Green Party plant-based Slack channel and of like-minded people. And then also you can contact me individually. I'm happy to share resources and to continue the conversation. So thank you. And thank you so much for Dr. Jen Purdy. It's a real treat to have you and answering a lot of the health questions, plus a lot of the other questions. I really appreciate that, plus providing tech support. And for Allison too, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there's a really interesting talk coming on now with 3 sex workers about sex workers and COVID. I encourage everybody to stay and listen to that too. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Ella. That was absolutely fantastic. And thank you also, Dr. Purdy, Jen. That was, it reflected well with everything that we had been discussing last night. And it was just kind of like a continuation of what we had. So thanks so much for that. So we are moving on to the talk about sex workers and COVID. And first, I would like to thank my wonderful GreenTalks support team, which consists of Fred Carter, who's here, Kevin Brewer, who's in the green room, Sarah Gabrielle Barron, and also having not arrived quite yet, Nancy Moniz and Jenny Warden and Neera Chowdhury. But also for this particular panel, I would like to thank Evelyn Tanaka, who is going to be support for here, as well as Rory Taylor. So thank you very much in advance. I will hopefully remember to thank you after the session as well. I'd like to remind everybody that, well, first I thanked everybody, but next I'd like to remind everybody that this is a safe space. We are recording and we are live streaming on YouTube. And I want to be very, very careful to protect the safety of our guests because this is an extremely sensitive topic. YouTube, remember, it is open to media and it is open to the general public. So we have Rocket Chat that's going to be available for anybody who is interested in chatting amongst yourselves, the attendees, some of the panelists as well. I believe Fred is going to be putting in the link for this particular discussion into Rocket Chat. The way that this is going to work is there is going to be 4 moderated questions. The point of these questions is supposed to be conversation starters for our guests. Each conversation is going to be about 15 minutes long, and that will take up an hour. And then after that, we're going to open it up to Q&A. In order to ask a question, you can put it into Rocket Chat, and our support team, Rory and Evelyn, will be keeping an eye on Rocket Chat to bring any questions forward here. We also have the Q&A function available here. So if you wanted to type in your question, we will be asking our guests those. And we have the raised hand function if you wanted to ask those questions live. Now, I haven't done a land acknowledgement yet. And the reason for that is because I wanted to tie into an introduction of our guests. I always invite people to, because we're all across Canada, to consider the land that they are on currently. For me, I am on Treaty 13 lands. They're the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, the Wendat, the Haudenosaunee, and the Mississaugas of the Credit. I usually like to think about the lessons that I have learned that really resonated with me and how they're applicable to any type of talk or any meeting or session that is about to happen. So for me today, I would like to talk about one of my wonderful teachers. I was so lucky to have been taught for a short period of time by the incomparable, the absolutely amazing elder from Stalo Nation, who unfortunately passed away in about Remembrance Day around that time. And it was very enlightening for me because, first of all, it was the amazing poet Lee Miracle. I can't not name her. She was just so incredible with her storytelling and her poetry. And she would tell me stories about the Stalo Nation, which were unfamiliar to me because I'm not from British Columbia. I have Haudenosaunee teachers, I have Anishinaabe teachers, so I know about Ontario and Indigenous peoples and their history here, but not so much about Stalo Nation and the Indigenous peoples of British Columbia. And she taught me a lot about the differences. So for instance, here we would talk about strawberries, but Stalo Nation, they would talk about salmon berries. We talked about tobacco. She would tell me about cedar and salmon. Even her Sky Woman stories or the stories of creation, even her Thanksgiving address were slightly different, except the meaning was always the same. And it kind of struck me at that point, which is what led me to today, that there are so many differences that we have in sometimes our messaging, except the same issues across the country. And that's the reason why I invited the guests that I did today. All of them have the same federal obstacles, but very different local and provincial challenges. And each has a different story to tell. And that's what I wanted to bring out, that we all share those same issues and those same values and those same principles, but we have different ways of facing them, different ways of combating those obstacles. So the industry, the sex industry for each, was also drastically changed with the pandemic on a federal level, once again, even on a global level. But on the other hand, each province, each municipality dealt with the pandemics, the regulations, any of the, like, for instance, masking or social distancing, dealt with it, or self-isolating. They dealt with it all differently. So that was kind of the story that I wanted to bring forward. How was this brought about? So I'd like to introduce my guests right now. First, we have Allison Clancy, who is the executive director of SWAN Vancouver, which is a support and advocacy group for immigrant and migrant sex workers. She has also extensive experience providing support and advocacy for sex workers, and is a strong supporter of law and policy reform. Next, we have Elaine Lamb, who is the founder of Butterfly, a wonderful guest that I've had before. Butterfly is a grassroots advocacy group for Asian and migrant sex workers based in Toronto. And Elaine herself has been a supporter and advocate for sex workers since she was 19 years old in Hong Kong. So she has even a global perspective. And my last guest is Mona Peace, who is the co-founder of Answers, Advocacy Normalizing Sex Work Through Education and Resources Society based in Alberta. And Mona is also a great advocate for the sex work industry. She has asked that her video remain off. However, you will be hearing her speak. So without further ado, I would like to begin our first moderated question. I invite the speakers to basically, as I had said, this is a conversation starter. So if you can contribute your thoughts to these questions and then chime in whenever if you have things to add. So the very first question, and it's kind of a basic introduction. Let's start by shedding some light on sex work and the sex industry. In 2013, the Supreme Court of Canada removed provisions in the criminal code that criminalize sex work, but the Protection of Communities Exploited Persons Act, PCEPA, has essentially made sex work just as prohibited. The Immigration and Refugee Protection Regulations, the IRPR, particularly in conjunction with the PCEPA, has made the industry more dangerous for sex workers, particularly racialized sex workers. Will you please speak a little bit on the difference between human trafficking and consensual sex work, and how these particular laws have done the opposite of what they claimed, which is to protect sex workers? Whoever wants to jump in.
Sure, I can get started. Thank you, Allison. I'd just like to acknowledge first by starting by saying that I'm calling in from the unceded territories of the Kootenai, Syilx, and Syilx peoples in British Columbia. So the first question, very simply, I would say sex work involves consent, whereas human trafficking does not, although it can start out as a consensual relationship or interaction. Unfortunately, right now in Canada and really globally, the trafficking narrative really reduces has been really reduced to a really rudimentary understanding of related issues that hinges on victims, villains, and heroes. And for the most part, it excludes trafficking and other work sectors in Canada, such as agriculture or domestic work, the service industry, and it most certainly also excludes, when talking about the sex industry, male sex workers, gender diverse, non-binary sex workers as well. So unfortunately, a lot of people, including policymakers in Canada, don't have opportunities like we're having here today to sit down and have a really nuanced discussion about the complexities of the sex trade. And for many, without that understanding, all too often sex work has become conflated with human trafficking, in that any type of involvement in the sex industry whatsoever has been conflated with human trafficking. And this has become very harmful to sex workers in the laws, the legislation, the policies, and the procedures that are enforced. So I understand that a lot of people are compelled to end human trafficking, but without being able to separate the fact from the fiction, more often than not, people are supporting anti-trafficking initiatives that have become really harmful to sex workers. So the second part of the question was how the laws are doing the opposite of what they've claimed, and that is to protect sex workers. So I'll just speak about the experience in BC and in Greater Vancouver, which I know will be very different, well, somewhat different than what Elaine will talk about in Toronto and Ontario. But the criminalization and the enforcement and the laws that affect migrant and immigrant sex workers in Greater Vancouver in descending order from the most harmful to the least harmful, I would say is firstly the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, which prohibits temporary residents from engaging in the sex trade. So this results in migrant sex workers being arrested, detained, and deported. Secondly, the most harmful are anti-trafficking laws and enforcement, and that has just created so much surveillance, harassment, and these rescue raids that purportedly protect migrant sex workers, but they don't. And in regard to Asian sex workers, which is the majority of the women that we provide services to, anytime there's two Asian women working together, there's these systemic racist assumptions that there's organized crime involved, or that one woman is trafficking another woman. And it just turns out really badly. And then thirdly, I would say here in BC, the next set of laws of this multi-layered criminalization that affects migrant and immigrant sex workers are Canada's prostitution laws. These prostitution laws often act as a gateway for investigations and surveillance. And whether a woman is a victim or not, the type of the law enforcement involvement in the women's lives either end up with the women being incriminated in an anti-trafficking investigation themselves, or being arrested, detained, and deported under the immigration violation. And then fourthly, and I think this differs greatly from Greater Toronto, is that we don't have as much of an issue anymore with municipal policy and bylaw enforcement. And I'll get into the reasons for that a little bit later as to the work that's gone on at the City of Vancouver, but I'll just stop there for now.
Yeah, thank you for Allison. And I think that is like just echo is like how we see the law actually is harm for the sex worker, particular migrant sex worker, and also that is like how the conflation of human trafficking and sex work is being used against the sex worker. So, and I think that maybe I can start with who are Butterfly. Butterfly is a grassroots organization. We are the community lead organization. So that's why every day we learn something is actually from the ground instead of ideological, that is human trafficking and conflation. What we see a lot of policymaker and also a lot of organization, that particularly the anti-trafficking organization, that they do not really see and work with the people on the ground. And I think that is very, very important. All the story and all the experience, how the law is harm is actually what we see every day. So, and I think that is, I think the law and also the conflation of trafficking is mixed together. And I think some of you may know that how important of this panel, as Allison said, is mostly the sex worker perspective is not being reflected and shared So that's please, and I'm so glad you come here like online or help to share this video, because I think this is so important. You help the sex worker community voice being heard, and particularly know about the harm of the law and the conflation of human trafficking and sex work. And I will start with the law. The law is called protection and prevent exploitation, but this is not true. Because sex work has been criminalized, and because particularly influenced by those moralistic ideas, think sex work is bad, sex work is something, the crime, sex work has been, like the gay community has been used by criminal law to target for many, many years. But with the successful of the sex worker movement, more people believe sex work is work. More people believe that the women should, like including the people, different genders, should have right to decide the use of their body. They should have their ownership and decision on their body. They have agency of their body. So we see that actually lesser people to support, to arrest the sex worker, to rape the sex worker. So, but human trafficking gives the opportunity, because by conflating sex work and human trafficking, they say that I am protecting the woman. I am protecting the vulnerable, but it's not true. When you look at the law, the real purpose is not protect the woman. Even now, like last few weeks in Parliament, so many sex workers go to tell the government, say how this law harm the sex worker. They don't care, because the real purpose of the law is eliminate sex worker. So that's why we know that when there are so many sex workers keep telling the policymaker and those like anti-trafficking organization, anti-sex work organization, this law is harmful. They don't care, because they just want to eliminate sex work and bringing that end demand model. And who are the people? They are easy target. We see Asian sex worker, Asian women have been targeted with class, with immigration status, and racism play an important role. As Allison said, why two Asian women come together immediately become organized crime? So this is the long history of the racism against the Asian community, because Asian is a powerful and beautiful community. We always help each other, but no matter family, friendship, that this is something actually our society keep promoting, right? Community support. But when Asians come together, they often see them as organized crime. And with sex work, give them the really good entry point, see like few people. And we see not only by imagination, we see like few people, they work with their partner, they work with their friends, is being charged as of this criminal law. And the assumption of Asian women, they are passive, they are ignorant, they don't have to bring. We have so many meetings, including, I need to name some of the organization. So for example, Defend Dignity is the anti-sex work, they claim they anti-trafficking organization. In the meeting, they said that the Asian woman cannot speak English. That means they cannot consent. They're not able to consent. So this is really, really racist. So, but that racism is played with the hate of sex work and come together. What we see, the murder in Atlanta, but this not only happened in Atlanta, but also happened in Canada, that make the sex worker become the target. But because now the law say, I'm trying to protect and rescue the people, and then they draw so many people support, right? So, and then the conflation of sex work, of human trafficking is not for all the sex worker. We see that how racialized sex worker, migrant, and youth is the trafficking, traffic victim label is being stick on the face, that no matter what their life story, what their voice is being dismissed. And so this is the very powerful way how we see conflation of sex work and trafficking is the ideological conflation, but it's make it to be the very powerful tools to target the sex worker and harm the sex worker, to target the racialized community. And we work with Asian and migrant. We know that many people is struggle. They are exploited in factory, they are exploited in restaurant, but we do not say we criminalize factory. We do not say we criminalize all the people buy banana because we have so many farm is exploit the worker, right? What we see, we need to create the environment to stop this exploitation, and putting the law, particular criminal law, immigration law, is not helpful. And criminal law come with, as you say, the immigration law also prevent any people without permanent residence to work in sex industry. In our real life experience, even they don't even need to use the law. The law enforcement come in to ask, are you a sex worker? At the beginning, you say you are not, and then they find more information and force you to admit you are the sex worker. They already can use many other immigration law like misrepresentation to charge you and kick you away. And how it affects the sex worker really make them be more vulnerable. We have workers being charged before she has like the life she can support herself, but because of the criminal charge, all her property being taken away, she lost her home, even her dog did not have place to stay, and then put them in the jail. And those surveillance and this criminal investigation is make the sex worker be more dangerous because they have no way they can protect each other. The community support, when two sex workers work together, they are supporting each other, but they are being criminalized. So that is make the people be target. And thank you that you want to create this safe space to protect the people. But what we see, why we use butterfly, you cannot protect them by holding in your hand. The criminal law cannot protect people. What we need to change is the environment. How we can have this environment without racism, how we have the environment without that homophobia. We need to eliminate the discrimination against sex workers and take away all this oppressive law, including immigration law, bylaw, and criminal law, that the sex worker can live freely. And I think this is a very important thing. We need to know the law design is not protect, the law is designed to harm, and we need to work together and change it. And sex work, is not exploitation. So exploitation happen everywhere, but doesn't mean we need to criminalize that. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Mona with Answers. I was typing in the wrong chat, but what I've noticed looking at the statistics that abolitionist groups use, it's about 0.5, like 0.5% of all sex workers are trafficked. That leaves 99.5% that aren't. And we are being oppressed. The many are being oppressed for the few. And I think what has happened is that there's been this vicious cycle. I'm sure that initially, well, I don't know. I'm not even sure that initially people ever appreciated that sex work is work. The people that are against us, I think that they've always had a bee in their bonnet about sex work. It's not good enough for them, ergo, it's not good enough for anybody. So when they started to crop up, the abolitionists in the 90s, 80s, 90s, they started getting grants, and good for them. Some of it actually was to do with trafficking. But what happened is, as they got more grants and more people interested in their missions, is they started to conflate sex work with sex trafficking. And it sure made their numbers blossom, because it looks like they are protecting maybe 50, 60,000 Canadians across the country. When really the numbers are far fewer. Only of all the people that are actually human trafficked, only 20% are sex trafficked. But that is where the salacious people listen to that. People don't listen so much when you say somebody was brought over from another country and they were put to work in somebody's home and working for pretty much just food, and they're having traveled there. That's always just a sad story, but it's a quick soundbite. Whereas every time you turn on the television and watch some sort of drama, it's always almost always a dead sex worker, and those, they wrap their stories around that. I mean, every part of society has made sex work it's like it's entertainment. It shouldn't be entertainment for the masses. It shouldn't be beating on heartstrings. It should be treated like every other type of work that there is. We should be given the same rights and the same responsibilities. I mean, we should be treated just about the same as everybody else that works for a living, and we shouldn't feel bad about it. People say, you know, we're sex workers because we're poor and we need the money. Well, I think everybody works because otherwise they would be poor. Doesn't matter what they're doing. It's all sorts of ridiculous things. But that is my take on the difference between trafficking and conflation. Thank you.
Go ahead, Allison.
Just a quick point. You can ask any sex work organization across Canada if trafficking is a significant issue that they're addressing, and I would say 100% of the organizations would say no. And it's not because we look at the sex work sector through rose-colored glasses. There actually is a lot of violence that happens because of the stigma and the criminalization of sex work in Canada. It's just so frustrating to not be able to have the actual violence that's happening. For example, violent robberies or sexual assault or other types of assault being addressed because law enforcement, policymakers, the general public are turning their head over here and looking for the sex trafficking when the violence that's happening to sex workers right in front of their eyes is not being addressed.
Thank you so much for that. That's there was a lot to unpack from everything that was said. Just this idea that sex workers are basically being pinned with this identity of being a victim and agency taken away. Particularly immigrant, migrant, and Asian sex workers are almost defined as having not even a normal level of intelligence and therefore cannot consent. And basically, and what Mona said about how, you know, it almost looks like we're saving a lot of people, never mind that they don't want to be saved or need to be saved. So it's really, it does put a different spin on what the general public might see when they're hearing the government say we have these laws that protect sex workers when they're not protecting sex workers at all, and that huge number that they're saying that they're protecting, it's not for them. So that was really it's a great start. It's a lot to unpack for the time being. So moving on to our next question, because I think it also ties, every province is different, from the provincial regulations to the municipal bylaws. Ontario, and Elaine and I had talked about this, has Bill 251, which has proven to be extremely marginalizing to sex workers, while Edmonton's adult entertainment bylaws seem progressive and supportive. Will you please tell us a little bit more about sex work, particularly in your province, and how local, provincial, and federal laws, we just did discuss a little bit on federal laws, have defined the industry, particularly in your area?
Oh, I'd like to go first. Edmonton has been very progressive, and I think part of the reason is that some of the advocates that are even currently doing what they can to be supportive, they started petitioning the city of Edmonton back in 1995. There was going to be a change in the bylaws, and initially there was some legislation that was drafted, and it even went to second reading. And that's when some sex workers got wind of it and stopped the third reading. It would have changed a lot of the way that Edmonton sex workers would have had to work, especially those that wanted their independence. They were going to take independence capabilities away from the sex workers. They would have had to work for agencies or own agencies, and that was the only two choices. It took 4.5 years of lobbying the municipality, but that gave the city of Edmonton's council a lot of opportunity to meet with us in subcommittee meetings, to listen to our discussions with mass media, to go to town hall meetings, to go to city hall meetings. They got to kind of know all of us. And when they started to acknowledge that we were speaking our truths, they also stopped legislating against us because they realized that they were heading in the wrong direction. That initial approach to actually talk to sex workers, to actually bring the stakeholders, the main stakeholders, to the table, has continued. And so there's been a lot of progress in Edmonton, to the point of today, we are, most of us, licensed willingly. We have to take a mandatory course. It's a one-time thing, but it teaches us our rights, our responsibilities, the legislation that's against us, so we understand it. And we also have to have security clearances, and we get licensed, and none of this costs us any real amount of money. Takes a little bit of time, but those of us that are licensed are free to continue to work, hopefully in relative safely. There has been a strong push from the city to have body rub centers. We probably have 35 or 40 of them around the city. They're rather innocuous. Most people would drive right by them and not even appreciate that there is one that they've whizzed by. And yes, it's behind closed doors, but it's always with another person. The buddy system's been strong. Nobody's dying in these places. In the whole time that they've had a buddy system for body rubs, very little has gone sideways, and certainly there have been no murders, which we can't say for people who aren't licensed and aren't well apprised and take risks because they really don't know other avenues. We've had 2 serial killers that have been convicted here. We did not have the horrors that Vancouver had in the multitudes, but we've had our fair share. I think there's probably 35 women that have been murdered here in the past as many years, less than that. And many go missing in and around our area. And so Edmonton has been focusing on our health and our welfare. And by us going through those little hoops that they want us to jump through so that we understand what the regulations are and what our responsibilities to them are, they in turn allow us to work freely and protected. And that is something we'd love to see in one fashion or another across Canada, because there's a lot of municipalities that are strong in, well, their council comes from often ex-police members. Well, now you've got a different focus because they're all about the law, whereas Edmonton is more progressive, and so they're all about what can we do to make things better for everybody, rather than just worrying about bad laws that need to be enforced. So we've really come a long way, and I hope that, you know, anybody that's a councilman across Canada that hasn't taken the time to bring sex workers to the table, that is the number one first step. Thank you.
I can speak about the municipal, at the municipal and provincial level here in Vancouver and BC. So I feel that the City of Vancouver has the most progressive sex work policy in the country. And Mona mentioned this when she spoke, but that unfortunately had to come about as a result of a serial killer who preyed on sex workers with impunity in the 1980s and 1990s. So Vancouver as a municipality had no choice but to examine its policies and practices and bylaws to make sure that there wasn't municipal policy contributing to an environment that pushed women into the darkest industrial corners of the city. So right now, the City of Vancouver has 2 sex work social planners, full-time positions, and they ensure that there's a sex work lens on all policy decisions at the City of Vancouver, including, for example, urban planning and property development, to make sure that the decisions that are made are not harming sex workers in any way. The City of Vancouver also has guidelines for all city staff, and it makes sure that any city staff interacting or serving sex workers are respectful. They use evidence-based approaches, and their work doesn't allow for any personal moral beliefs and values about the sex industry. The City of Vancouver staff also regularly undergo sex work training. At the provincial level, it's very different than what we see in BC. And I won't speak about laws and policies, but I'll speak about funding. So the last two provincial budget recommendations acknowledge that there needed to be funding for sex work services, not solely for exiting, for encouraging people to get out of the sex work, and not for human trafficking. So there's significant funding to organizations in the province of BC to support sex worker safety. And right now as well, BC is just about to create Canada's first provincial bad date reporting system. So that is a system that sex workers are leading and creating. It has to be created outside of the entire criminal justice system itself, which has been woefully inadequate in meeting sex workers' needs. So we're hoping in the next few years that the province of BC will fund the operations of that provincial system once it's created. And here's just a really good example of what can be done when sex worker-led initiatives are funded and given predominance, because in other provinces, such as in Ontario, there's such a massive, colossal funding towards human trafficking organizations. But sex workers in BC are saying, we need our own bad date reporting system. We report to each other, we report to outreach workers, and then we take the safety precautions that are required to keep sex workers safe and well.
Yeah, thank you both, Mona and Allison. So, and I think that we talk about the criminal law, immigration law, but we call this causeway web because like catching sex worker is also include the provincial law and also the municipal law, and that they make all the sex worker, no matter what type of work or like what kind of immigration status, you still can be targeted by different type of law. And thank you for Mona sharing the experience of lobbying the bylaw, so that we also have done a lot of work, and then we have faced extremely racism, and also face extremely like the anti-sex work sentiment in the process to make how sex worker and Asian massage parlor worker keep being excluded in those consultations. So again, with the lobbying of anti-trafficking organization, and in 2012, Canadian Women Foundation, Government House, and many different kind of anti-trafficking organization, they get a lot of anti-trafficking funding. They tell City of Toronto, oh, there is a lot of trafficking. But why they get this information is just by the conflation of sex work of trafficking, because Asian massage parlor is being seen as associated with sex work, and then they assume that there is a lot of trafficking. That is pushing city to have like more repressive law and enforcement. And what happened is the law enforcement is being told that they need to do something against particular Asian massage parlor because they are being seen as problem. What we see the consequence is the law enforcement will go in the sex worker place, ask them to take off the clothes. If they have some sexy underwear, they will assume they are the sex worker, give them the ticket. And sometimes they will use different like minor thing, like there is a tiny crash of the massage bed and keep like charging the people. Some of the sex worker being a massage parlor worker being investigated 5 times a day. And also that when we look at the statistic, 25% of law enforcement, of by law enforcement investigation is only target on the holistic center, that is the Asian massage parlor worker working. So you see the level of like surveillance, and as a result, there is a lot of like ticketing, and also sometimes they also work with CBSA, so that is also breaching the access withdrawal policy of City of Toronto, but also make the sex worker being arrested. So, and then it's not end. And again, 2018, those anti-trafficking organizations is like Canadian Center to End Human Trafficking. They got $40 million. When our government say no funding for environmental work, no funding for housing, no funding for childcare education, they give this $40 million to this organization. And one of the things, they run the hotline. But we know that there is the public safety, give the money to the hotline, and they collect the data also for the government. And also they also support them. They do a lot of advocacy work, including pushing City of Toronto need to do something. And it's need to change the bylaw. Now in City of Toronto, around like 400 holistic center, people offer the service is 90% with 2,000 Asian workers. But in 2018, they have the proposal need to remove the license. Why? Because they have a report say there is trafficking. Again, why they have this evidence? There's no evidence, but they believe there is trafficking. And in the meeting, we have the first meeting, we have 20 workers went to the city hall, and the city staff say, no interpretation. And when we do interpretation, they ask us to lower our voice and sit in the corner. And at the end, the city staff say, it's meaningless even you have 100 people come here. And at the end, we have 300 workers and allies went to City Hall, say, I am not traffic victim. It is my work. But their voice is not still being listened. So the bylaw review is still going on. But this is very important. We see how racism the worker face every day, but also in this policy making process. I was being called Oriental by a city councillor in a meeting. The racialized people being asked what is world traveler, when the worker keeps saying they are not traffic victim, they are still being framed as traffic victim. And then some of the white saver that they have a lot of funding, just get paid to go to the meeting. They are very influential. What we see, they are not only do deputation in this meeting, they already lobby other policymaker before that. And this is only one example. For example, last year, the Newmarket had the same thing. York Region had the same thing. And then how they really have very clear message, I need to get rid of sex worker. And if Asian worker, if you can't work, doesn't matter. We have the senior home that you can come to work to serve our people. You see how this big, giant anti-trafficking organization work with politicians become the anti-trafficking industry. They earn so much money, but at the same time, they maintain the racism, and also they keep asking for the licensing process. People need to have the permanent resident or have the work permit. And that is, again, exclude the migrant, exclude the racialized, and then how the anti-sex worker policy come with the anti-sex work policy. So that's why I know in this platform, a lot of people concerned about racism, and there is a lot of campaign about anti-Asian racism, but what we see that sex workers should not left behind, like the Atlanta shooting last year, it's very clear the murder is not only killing people because they're Asian, they're also killing them because they are associated with sex. It's because the homophobia, because of the hate of sex work. But what we see how the thing come together, become the powerful. We see so many cities, for example, York Region, over 80% of Asian massage parlor was being shut down in the last few years. And the targeting over policing still continues. And for the Ontario bill, so is, as I said, there is so many different levels, because Ontario being framed as the trafficking hub, so there's a lot of funding. When again, right, Ontario no funding for childcare, no funding for housing, $300 million for anti-trafficking. What we trace the funding go to the anti-sex work organization. They are not only anti-trafficking organization, many of them is tied with religion group, have that moralistic idea or having the mission to end sex work. And also many funding go to police. But what we see, for example, last year, even during the pandemic, the law enforcement come in the place of the worker. They have the warrant because they can use the criminal power. They open the door, and when the sex worker do not wearing any clothes, she was being handcuffed, and she was asked, "Is anyone take your money? Is anyone control you? I come to protect you. Are you safe?" And she said, "Before you came, I was safe," and all her money, phone, tablet being taken away. But then now what Ontario government say, oh, some police is bad, we bring in social worker. What happened is after the police talked to her, the social worker come to give her a very shitty phones, right? It's again, this all funding. But when we really have people, they experience violence, what happened when they call the police, or sometimes many of workers don't call the police. The neighbor may call the police and they get arrested, right? But what we see, this anti-trafficking funding is lead to huge surveillance, but because of the level of funding and anti-trafficking work being seen as the organized crime, the level of surveillance and investigation, not only themselves, but also their friends and family. And we see more and more people being harassed. Sometimes the law enforcement come in, take the picture of their ID. And if the people have PQ race immigration status, they are being taken away or arrested and detained and deported. And we see the NGO also is a very like party, get a lot of funding and work with the police and continues to support them. And so as Allison said, instead, like sex worker, or even we see some legal clinic really want to do some work to end human trafficking, they do not get any funding. And Bill 251, we are extremely disappointed with the anti-policing system. A movement like Black Lives Matter, Defund Police movement, we thought that we will have more people to support because the bill is crazy. They use the term human trafficking and therefore got so much support when like he was being criticized by so many policy. And the law is giving the law enforcement the power, enter any place, talk to anyone, take any document anytime. If you don't talk to the law enforcement, you will get fined. How Canada can accept this bill, but this bill got passed. Even those political parties, some anti-policing organizations still do not speak anything against this bill because they don't want to see as not supporting anti-trafficking work. Again, this is nothing about trafficking. This is about increase the power of police. This is about the racial profiling, surveillance. Is nothing about the care and safety of the worker. And the other piece is Butterfly do not work a lot of youth sex worker, but we also see this bill, how it's harmful because youth above 17 in Ontario, you need to get the consent in order to offer service to them. But this bill, actually, they say protection, they have the power to keep the youth for 24 hours. But this is not keeping, this is detention, right? And then we see so many youth is being put in the childcare system. We know how harmful is the childcare system, but we know who are the people. Of course, it's LGBT community, racialized people. They are being targeted. And of course, more power, the hotel need to share all the information. Again, this is also it's not only harmful for sex workers, but also racialized people, how this can be other platform of racial profiling. So there's a lot of harm. So that's why here we really call for you and really, really help us to spread the message. Sex work is not trafficking, and all this policy is so harmful. And you also need to look at which are the organizations advocate for this policy, whether they are advocate for the woman and worker and people get more power, resources, or they give more power to police and law enforcement. And whether this is the measure, create a space, the worker can protect themselves or actually put them in danger. So it's very important. Thank you.
And Allison, you had something to add?
Yeah, just quickly, I just recognize, everything that Elaine is talking about, it may be very new to people who are unfamiliar with this conversation, and it's a very complex cycle to understand the harms of the anti-trafficking rescue industry, like how Elaine has named, the government, anti-trafficking organizations, faith-based organization, law enforcement agencies, and how their work is based on unsubstantiated claims and non-evidence-based statistics, and then it leads to the funding, and then that leads to the laws and the enforcement. It's a very complex story, but I would just like to invite the listeners today. Swan has a 6-minute video that is very succinct and concise, and it just explains this complexity which we've been talking about today, to just make it more accessible to people who aren't as familiar with the conversations that we're having today. That's on our website, and I think it's also been shared in the resources along with this chat today as well.
Yeah, I think that it was posted into the Rocket chat, but if someone can post it into this chat, into the Zoom chat, that would be great. Thank you so much. That was, I have things to add, but it's been such a great conversation. We've taken up a lot of time. I want to come back to this if we have time though, but let's move on to our next question for now. COVID-19, that was sex work in COVID-19 was the title of this session. COVID-19 undoubtedly had a major impact on the sex industry. And this is a series of questions. What was it like in the beginning, and how did the industry manage to pivot? How was your particular province's vaccination rates, positivity rates, and COVID mandates? How did that play a role in shaping the industry? And how has it differed from sex work in other provinces with different rates and regulations? And have you seen the industry evolve in ways that you think will change the sex industry moving forward, not just beyond the pandemic?
Well, in Edmonton, it was kind of nice because so many of us are already licensed. If you're licensed, you know you've got to do your taxes. And I think we're just a little bit ahead of the game with a lot of people. We were able to take advantage of CRB and CRB and actually not work, just like a lot of other people that were, self-employed businesses. So that did help a lot of people get through the worst parts of COVID. But I'll tell you, I mean, it's a very intimate thing that we do, and it was tricky navigating when businesses were reopening. There was a lot of fear, and a lot of people migrated to online sex work, chats, things like that, porn, anything that kept them from having direct contact. So that was our experience here in Edmonton.
I would say in Greater Vancouver, what we saw was that the exclusion and from systems such as the health system, social service system, those exclusions and barriers were exacerbated by COVID-19. So here is where you really saw the impacts of stigma and criminalization. So the women that we support, of course, did not have access to government financial support. So SWAN mobilized and was able to raise and distribute over $50,000. And for example, when I talk about health barriers were exacerbated by COVID-19, there was very little access to vaccine clinics as well. So SWAN had to host 2 community vaccines clinics. So it was more of the same. It was exclusion for immigrant and migrant sex workers to the resources and supports that are available to other residents of Canada. And so that's, I think it's just where we had to step up and fill in those gaps.
Yeah, and I think that is like pandemic is really reflect the crack of the social system. Those who are excluded continues to be excluded, right? Because sex work is being criminalized. Many people is not able to get served because they are afraid that any kind of tax reporting may lead to criminal investigation. So, and for the migrant, even they have been working here, but because they have precarious immigration status, they are also being excluded. And so for those, they have ID, and some people may run massage parlor because of the language barrier. Even CRA is very racist, so people call that and then they said you can't speak English, I do not give you your password, I do not believe you can navigate your internet without English speaking. And there is so many level make the worker being exclude from income support. So Butterfly also do a lot of fundraising. And what we see also the power of community, how they support each other, how sex workers share information with each other. And then I share the report in our textbook. Why we have this report is because we really want to know what happened to the community. In 1 week, we have received 500 calls, but the worker also help us to share the information, and so that also develop different way to navigate, so including or lobby the federal government to have specific funding for sex worker, and also how to work with other community organizations like Friends of China, Maggie's, and run the vaccine clinic ourselves, right? So, and also how to navigate about those vaccine record and ID. But at the same time, sex work, the targeting never stops. As I said, the anti-trafficking investigation continues, and the emergency order again is being used the tools of the law enforcement continues target in massage parlor. For example, one worker, She, during the lockdown, she stayed in the massage parlor because she got sick. She afraid that she will get infected to her like old parents, because like we know that how this like seriously affect old people. And then she stayed there. She received 5 tickets. The law enforcement keep coming again and give her the ticket. And even she do not do any business. She just want to isolate herself. Even the law do not say you cannot stay there, but she still target. And we have 10 massage parlor being ticketed in one day because there is like very complicated policy, right? That people, they just find different way that people do not comply with the policy, including the safety planning is not detailed enough, and there is also the language barrier. But what we see is like how the racial profiling and anti-sex work, anti-massage parlor mandate is again being used by law enforcement. Any kind of this law is again is being used to target sex workers. And I think go back is what we really see the crisis, not only how the sex worker being oppressed, but we also see how we resist together. And I think this is also very important, that how we can support the community instead of having more heavy regulation, but how to provide the resources, information, and facilitate those support. And that's why we know that here have people from different like sector, you know, you're activists, and then we really hope that we have collaboration with you in the future, because in the pandemic we see how different community work together to support the community, including provide food, provide information, and even sometimes it's writing, and also that like and it's also give our opportunity to do more organizing during pandemic. We also support the worker to learn about like how to have an online meeting, that we never stop our organizing and then keep advocate to change the working condition and improving the right and also the working environment. But I think it's just very important, no matter what kind of support, how we really see that support the worker can the community can speak out, the community can do the thing to support each other. And I think this is very important.
I've heard a lot so far about so licensing, buddy system, all of this is proving to be very helpful, particularly in the COVID environment. And then you've got this environment, and then I've heard whorephobia, racism, and all of a sudden you've got buddy system, and then you've got organized crime. And I'm just thinking, and you're articulating it very, very well, that it's not meshing. I don't get it. Like, why is it that it's not understood that the buddy system works? That's what's protection, or, you know, licensing is helping us get through the pandemic. And yet, as Elaine was saying, all of a sudden you've got these crackdowns and, massage parlors, another reason. COVID is another reason to crack down on massage parlors. Add to that also the racism, add to that also the whorephobia, like this hate of sex industry. And it seems to me that there's a disconnect. Like, there is clearly a disconnect. There's this one idea of we have to protect them, we have to save everybody, and then this clearly the system that works for licensing and buddies, and it's not like the sex work industry doesn't know what they're doing. So, Elaine? Or
and I think when we talk about licensing, we need to be careful, because many business, the licensing is trying to protect the customer safety and facilitate the business. But for many licensing of sex work, it's trying to prohibit the sex work and make sex work more underground. Of course, different city may have.
Well, every city has to talk to the sex work.
Yes.
They have to. It worked in Edmonton. There's reasons why it worked here. It has to be done from the ground up, and it has to be, the municipalities have to talk to sex workers to see what fits everybody. And so, no, I'm not suggesting for a moment that Edmonton's licensing program would work for every municipality, but what would work is what we did. And that was to come to the table and we talked. And it's just, without it, there's nothing. You got to talk.
Yeah. Thank you for Mona, but I just use Toronto as the example. If you run
I understand that.
Yeah. So, and I think that when you say this is not consistent, this is very consistent. Some particularly politician and group, they are using whatever way they can use, no matter call them criminal, organized crime, or calling them traffic victim, or use safety, whatever reason, just want to target the sex worker, particularly Asian migrant, and eliminate them. And I think this is something very consistent in the way how they keep using, no matter immigration law, criminal law, or bylaw, to do it. And as Mona say, how is so important is every consultation policy need to come from the ground, come from the community. For example, City of Toronto, they do not allow massage parlor to lock the door. So even they want to protect the safety, and we see how the murder actually can come into to kill the people. And why? Because they design the bylaw is the way how they can do the investigation, how they can charge the people, instead of coming from the idea that how the workers should work safely. And I think that is a very different model, as Mona said, how the people really have the policy thinking, the model support, and people can work more safely, happily, instead of like what we see many legal framework and of sex work is trying to control and punish and eliminate sex worker. And what we see many Asian and migrant sex workers is being excluded in many this kind of policies specifically. But thank you so much. And I think that is so important. And Butterfly also have done different report. We have different campaign, include the 8 call of justice. We really want you to sign to support the full decriminalization of sex work, to end the racism. And so we also have different resources. Please read and help us to share the message. And Allison said, like, there is very complicated issue, but we really hope that all of you will listen to us and help us to pass the message and be the allies in your city with the sex worker group, and let you know, as Mona said, what they want, what they need, what is the best thing they want you to be the ally and work together and make the change. And I think that's, instead of going like million dollar for harming the sex worker, how the resources, our people, everything should go to the work, including housing, including like income support. That's all important thing, instead of like policing.
Thank you. Mona has to leave in a couple of minutes. So thank you very much, Mona. I loved your perspective. It was really interesting to hear about Edmonton and Alberta. Did you have anything to add before you left? We are going to continue on with the conversation with Allison and Elaine, but did you have anything?
Nope. I really appreciate everything. Thank you. I'm glad you're getting the word out for us, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mona. It was so important to have your voice, and we are so fortunate that you were able to make the time for us. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. So we'll move on to our last moderated question before we open the floor. We've already had the discussion in what ways the laws such as PCEPA and IRPR target racialized sex workers. We also know that since the beginning of the pandemic specifically, anti-Asian hate and violence have increased dramatically. According to Project 1907, per capita, and this might be surprising for our attendees, Canada has more reported incidents than the United States by 100%. And British Columbia has the most reported incidents per capita of any North American province, state, or territory, and Ontario ranks 4th. How has COVID influenced the sex industry for racialized and marginalized workers, even though we already knew they were targets? And in what ways can consensual sex work and marginalized sex workers be supported by both locally and federally?
Yeah, again, I'll go back to Vancouver's example. So Vancouver, there were statistics that Vancouver experienced a 717% increase in anti-Asian hate crimes. And so just going back to the point that I made before, migrant and immigrant sex workers in Greater Vancouver are already living in so much isolation, living with so much stigma. So the anti-Asian racism that was a result of COVID just really exacerbated that to such a greater extent. And so when it comes to what can be done, I think just reiterating the points that have already been made, ensure that sex workers are at the table making the policies and laws and practices and legislation that affect them the most. For the general public to learn the difference between trafficking and sex work that has been repeated so many times. We really need evidence-based law, policy, and practice in Canada. Elaine talked about earlier the recent Justice and Human Rights Committee hearings on the review of Canada's prostitution laws. Both Elaine and I testified at that committee hearing, and my takeaway from that was an absolute national embarrassment, that the amount of trafficking, fear-mongering, and hysteria was uncritically consumed. I would have expected that the members of parliament who were on that committee would have come prepared and educated on the difference between human trafficking and sex work, and they were not. So the trafficking hysteria was given a national platform that was just uncritically consumed, and it was a national embarrassment. And again, I mean, I just can't say it enough just to listen to sex workers. Sex workers are not a population of victims. We need to differentiate when sex workers are victims of crime versus victims as just from their being. So just really making sure that sex workers have the seat at the table when policy and legislation is being created.
Yes, thank you. So, and I think that when we talk about anti-Asian racism, we need to know there is like different type of racism, right? So no matter the discrimination people face every day, so like no matter verbal or physical attack, so that is like one type of like racism people experience. Of course, that is like what we see after pandemic, no matter the harassment of the people who are in business on the streets, even they are on the bus, even being yelled at by the bus driver at the beginning when people trying to wear the mask, they was being denied to go to the hospital or even grocery store, and that kind of harassment and attack has been increased. So, but that is not only one after pandemic, right? But it's always people facing. And I think the other big piece of racism is the systematic racism. And particularly we see how the intersectionality is important when we talk about anti-Asian racism, how those people do not speak English, have precarious immigration status, and poor, and particularly sex worker. What we see, they are often being targeted because they know that they can target them. So that's why, as Allison said, we see so many robbery, we see so many sexual assault against the sex worker and massage parlor, because they know the system is not protect them. They know that all the supportive measure is being criminalized, that they are not able to seek help. So that is that kind of violence has increased. And the other piece is the systematic racism. That's what I mentioned, right? So for example, it's ridiculous. The city of Toronto, they have a consultation on anti-Asian racism, but so basic, even no interpretation is arranged, right? So that is like, again, that like no support for marginalized people to support. And then how they continue being excluded in the decision-making process, and also the daily life contribution of like even the knowledge, how the thing affect them, right? So, and I don't know in other city, but in Canada, when racialized people, non-English speaking people do deportation in City Hall, they don't have extra time, they don't have interpretation. That is all the systematic barrier. And during pandemic, like I use City of Toronto as example, they keep promoting access without fear policy of service provider. They ask the service provider, you should not check the ID. But City of Toronto are the people that if you want to work in massage parlor, the first thing they ask you is the work permit. Themselves is violate that policy. But again, we look at who are the people impact. Again, is the racialized people, non-English people. So that and also the racial profiling by law enforcement. So that when we talk about anti-Asian racism, we see how many racialized people being ticketed and in the park, in public space. So that is, I think this is also very important to look at, not only the incident that is very important, but then how to also understand the systematic racism in policy making process in the everyday life, how they are racial profile and how they are excluded by, I just used the example of the income support and all that kind of thing. And I would like to talk more about what people can do, because many people think that, oh, this is anti-Asian racism, anti-Asian hate. And we hear some group, they call for increase of more law and policing. Again, who are the major source of violence for racialized people? And police, right? So, and particularly those poor, have precarious immigration status, law and law enforcement, again, is the tools to target them. So that instead of to promote more hate crime or promote like more policing, we were so afraid when some organization calling for more police patrol, that what we see actually is more people being targeted by the law enforcement, including undocumented people or people with mental health, people use drugs, or people they are poor, right? So that how we can develop like different community approach, transformative approach to address the issue that what we are facing in anti-Asian racism 2020 rally in Toronto. Our workers said the police do not protect us. We need to protect ourselves. The we is not only sex worker, massage parlor worker, we as the community, how we can develop different measure in innovative, for example, Friends of Chinatown in Toronto also like using some community support they have. And I think this is very important, the way we think. This is same as human trafficking issue. This is same as domestic violence issue. We have so many members, they experience domestic violence, but they are the person being arrested and charged, and anti-trafficking investigation and the anti-sex work law they claim to protect sex worker is not. So that's why we also calling for the people really learning about the harm of causeway approach to particular racialized people, marginalized people, migrant, LGBT community, indigenous community that develop the alternative, and how to support, like be the strong allies, as I said, that let the sex worker lead you what to do. And of course, like many sex workers already speak out how this law is harmful. As Allison said, we do not only speak in the parliament, but we also has launched a new constitution challenge. When we went to City Hall, to be honest, 300 workers went there. The city still don't want to listen to us, but we have also other strong allies come with us. This doesn't mean the workers' voice is not important, but we know how racism make our voice not being heard, that how important we need to have the allies. We know that some people in York region, I don't know who is willing to work with us, because the York Region Police continues to racial profile the people and given tickets for so many workers and put them in danger. And then how we can work together, share your resources, your power, your network to make us stronger. And I think what we call for is building the solidarity of different movements. Migrant sex worker movement is not only migrant sex worker movement. We are part of the racial justice movement. We are part of the gender-based and gender-based violence movement. Why we are part of the social justice movement? Then how you also see when you talk about housing issue, that how you include sex worker in your movement, and how you be not only ally, but you see sex worker issue is your own issue, that how you let the sex worker take the leadership, that how to include the sex worker concern in your own agenda, and then how you can be like support what sex worker is asking for. And I think that is very important. And thank you for creating this amazing opportunity we can share. And we hope that feel free to contact us. And I think having some small sharing in your field, you know, in your network, or like if you're a specific group, that we can have like more dialogue. We really hope that we can have this strong solidarity across the movement, that including with Black Lives Matter, Indigenous justice, migrant, and all these different movement, LGBT movement to come, because we have been put as the enemy against each other. That how we should come together to build a stronger power to resist the real oppression.
Thank you so much, Elaine. And you know that I'm happy to support you here in York Region. Elaine and I are practically neighbors, so I'm happy to be here for you. Allison, did you have anything else to add before we open the floor to questions?
No.
Okay, so among our attendees, Cheryl has had her hand up for a while. I hope she's still here. Cheryl, I'm going to give you permission to speak. You should be able to unmute. In the meantime, if anybody wants to ask any questions in the Q&A, and I will.
Hello?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Just with my daughter and my mom. I just wanted to say thank you for hosting the session. And I had just wanted to make a few comments regarding, I've worked for many years. My name is Cheryl Matthew, Dr. Cheryl Matthew. I'm from the Seat First Nation, from the Shikwatim Nation in British Columbia. And I've been in the unceded territory of the Coast Salish for on and off for 25 years. So for many years, we've done a lot of work. I'm also the executive director of Protect Our Indigenous Sisters Society. So I wanted to make a couple comments about how important it is. I understand and I agree with what's been said regarding sex trafficking versus sex work. And just wanted to say in the domestic sex trafficking context, it's also important to consider how Indigenous women are actually trafficked, and this often happens with gangs. So not only is our population extremely vulnerable, I think the other issue that's been addressed a bit is about young people. So in terms of balancing those interests between protection and safety of our vulnerable populations, et cetera, because what happens in our communities is young girls are recruited from elementary school and often just kidnapped right out of the elementary school, or recruited through high school through, and then what happens is gang members get them caught on an addiction, and then they are moved from Vancouver to Edmonton to end up in Toronto, across Canada. And I think this is a challenge. So I think part of it is also recognizing that one thing that would help is the legalization. And I'm really interested to hear more about this in Edmonton, is the legalization of sex work. For one thing, to make the situation more safe for women, but then also to have increased protections like taxation for health, and then more safety for young people who are actually recruited. And even if they're not necessarily sex trafficked, but they are lured in because they are in poverty. And to remember that this is also a transgender and two-spirit LGBTQIA+ issue, and that we have many of our two-spirited people who are also vulnerable. And they are even more vulnerable because they're often ostracized in communities and then sort of left vulnerable without contact, without friends or family. So I just wanted to make those few points, and I wanted to applaud this session. I am so pleased to see this and just really inspired to hear different contexts from different cities across Canada. I spent a number of years in Ottawa working on actual domestic sex trafficking with Indigenous Services Canada. So I'm really glad to see that we are sort of as a party expanding and looking at all kinds of different social issues beyond our commitment to the environment. So Cook's Gem, thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Cheryl. Unfortunately, Mona can't answer for Edmonton because she had to leave, but Elaine, Allison, do you think you can answer to the rest of it?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Cheryl, for bringing forth those perspectives. And I just wanted to point out, that my critique of the anti-trafficking rescue industry is not in any way meant to diminish the seriousness of the trafficking of youth or violence perpetrated against Indigenous women or girls, or that trafficking. However, Elaine talked about this before. What I do see that I find concerning with approaches to addressing the violence against Indigenous women who are trafficking, it's those carceral approaches that are used, and encouraging the involvement of law enforcement in the lives of Indigenous women, which I find really concerning given the systemic racism of law enforcement against Indigenous women and girls. Just the second point, just to clarify that sex workers advocate for decriminalization, not legalization. Sometimes those terms are understood as being one and the same, or the terms are being used interchangeably. So I just wanted to clarify that decriminalization, it just removes the criminal penalties against sex work, and it would rely instead on the criminal code sections such as assault or extortion or sexual assault. So it doesn't become a free-for-all. In the sex industry, there are still more than enough robust laws in the criminal code to address every conceivable violent act that could be perpetrated against sex workers. So what decriminalization would mean is that it would open up avenues to occupational health and safety and labor protections, which through criminalization, sex workers don't have right now.
And thank you. So I think what you share is exactly why we want the law and policy change, is because actually the law and policy create the vulnerability of the sex worker, how they are being stigmatized, how they are being excluded, and how people may take advantage of the criminalization and put them in danger. So for example you put is there is already criminal law that can arrest the people that they can, if they kidnap someone. So myself do not think criminal law is the best way to address, but if you really want to look at criminal law, that there is there. But why the people do not think is useful and helpful, and why does the people is run away from the childcare protection? And then why the people do not have income? So actually, because we have very limited time, so this Canadian sex work law reform, so they have talked about how the criminalization affect the sex worker, and particularly there is a youth piece. It's like when the criminalization actually put people in more dangerous, marginalized that, and what kind of thing we can do actually can empower, and then and also give more resources for the youth that they can use the legal system that already put there, and also how they are being be, as you say, the factor like including housing, including income, that make the people be more vulnerable. And I think the conflation of human trafficking, what we talked about, the complexity, because when we have the term human trafficking, we don't know what we are talking about. Are you talking kidnapping? Are you talking about workplace exploitation, the boss do not pay, or you talk about the sexual assault that is like someone being forced to have sex with other people, right? But with the term human trafficking becomes so powerful, what we see is so many Indigenous women being charged of trafficking other sex workers by working together, and many of those people are also the young people, and I think that is the reality, how this law is being used to charge against the worker. In the deputation of the government, the police say, yes, I arrest someone by helping her, right? There is many ways you can provide the support without arresting someone, right? So, and I think that I really thank you for your sharing, and I think this is very important in the concern. And in the Constitution challenge, there is also Indigenous sex worker talk about how this law actually prevent them to protect themselves, actually is increase the vulnerability. And sex workers are the strongest advocate to stop any kind of violence in the community, including rape, assault, sexual assault, and trafficking is one of the things, and also the labor exploitation. And we would love to have like more dialogue, and also we know that like what happened, we see like there is a lot of diversity, same as when before Butterfly was born, we hear that the Asian group say the sex worker is not, no Asian be the sex worker, you know, like sex work is not work. But we also said that's why we keep bringing the intersectionality, that how even among the community ourselves, we keep educate each other, and then how people with different experience, they learn about. And because Butterfly is so working closely with other sex worker organization, we also met a lot of like a sex worker from different background. In general, you are very rare to say they want more police and more criminal law in their life, right? They really care about the safety. They really care about, they don't want to be exploited. They don't want other sex workers being exploited, and how can come together with like the non-carceral solution that actually to give back the power. And there is a slogan called rights, not rescue. So that when the people can access the right, they don't need other people to rescue. And when there is the right, then the people can actually exercise the rights, and including rights, including resources, including like right to health, right to safety, including like the labor protection and any kind of protection, and take away those criminal law. When we talk about criminalization, it's not only the criminal law, but what all different level of law we just mentioned. And I think this is really important. We have this dialogue, and important. We also see many organizations, they have been support the criminalization of sex work. They have changed the position, or they are discussing to changing the position, because they really see this law is used to arrest the sex worker, not protect the sex worker. They used to impose those moralistic ideas to eliminate sex worker instead of upholding the sex worker rights. Thank you.
So we're coming up to the end, but I'm interested in hearing some final thoughts, simply because the intersectionality this was the first time I heard that word pop up, except we've been talking about this entire time. We just haven't mentioned intersectionality, because we're talking about people who are sexualized, people who are racialized, and we did talk about language barriers. This is very colonial as well. Something that, other than language barriers, we did talk about last time Elaine and I had this conversation, education, privilege, because the laws favor the privileged. So there's a lot of intersectionality going on here. So I don't know if you want to take that as a trajectory for your final thoughts.
Yeah, I'll speak about intersectionality, but from a different angle, about just some current, I think just the current context that that the sex workers that we work with are working and living in. So we have, the impacts of COVID, just so much economic pressure right now with the rising cost of living, and even, the impacts of the Ukrainian war. I just want to mention that for a moment, and what that's going to mean for international migration. So just in the past week, for example, we've had our first request for service from a woman from the war impacted area. So I think, with life getting harder for everyone, I think it just speaks to the need to be able to have better policies, better practices, better legislation in the country to be able to support some of the most marginalized folks in our society.
And I think that we talk a lot about the issue and problem faced by the sex worker and massage parlor worker, right? But actually, for many community members in our report we have shared, and also in our community meeting, welcome to join our meeting, that very important message is we really see how the community really sees sex work and working in massage parlor is a powerful resistance of many kind of oppression because of the race, language barrier, particularly the migrant. If you have like facing the language barrier that is very different, and also those requirement of Canadian experience, like that, like the racist thing. And then many of them is being excluded in like the job market. They are being forced to work in the very low pay and exploitative working condition. This is the way how we maintain the like the people who were in the bottom to support, this. And many workers, they found that work in massage parlor, they have more flexible hours, they can take care of themselves. So, and then they have better working condition. And so, but those things is not being heard, right? And also some people, they may be in a very abusive relationship. Instead of just stay in the abusive relationship, they can work in sex industry, they can have better income, they can pay for the lawyer, or access more information. And also some workers said that why they like to work in sex industry or massage parlor, actually they can have more connection with the society, because the isolation is the one thing they need to protect themselves, right? But on the other hand, is compared with work in the restaurant, like at the back, or work in a factory, they feel that they are more connected with the society in the way. And many of them, they also see that they are contribute to the society. And I think that is, as when we take away a lot of assumption, we can know about more different kind of story, and then how they are affected by the race, by the immigration background, but also how they resist, right? And I think this is powerful and important thing. And then what thing we need to change that they can have more power, right? So that's why many migrant organizations in Toronto, they advocate for access with the via policy. This is very important policy. Then the people, no matter the access service or like they report to the police, they don't worry that immigration status will be the easy. Of course, they don't enforce it well, but I mean, this is something, right? So same as the criminal law, we see this is the way to stop the people from helping each other. We have a member being charged of criminal law is by answering the phone for other person, but then actually she referred the old client to her friend that they know they are safe, and she can help to communicate, to discuss what kind of service, and then actually make other people be more safe, right? And also she can use her experts for helping other people, but then is being criminalized. And again, they are being forced to work in like those like oppressive situation, right? So, and I think this is very important kind of story also we need to heard, and we need to share about that. Yeah.
Thank you so much for this, all of these amazing thoughts. They really put things into perspective, and you're absolutely right. This is a conversation that needs to be had because not many people have them, and not many people really understand what is going on and how these laws are not protecting sex workers, even though they claim to be. So Allison, Elaine, thank you so much for coming. And I thank Mona again, even though she's not here. And I also thank Rory and Ev for having provided me with support. So it's been wonderful to have you. And I am so thrilled that you accepted my invitation to come speak. Now we are going to be moving on to our next panel, which is going to be led by Doug Anderson.
There we go. Okay, and video. There we go. Okay. Are we in business? I guess we are. It says I'm muted still. Okay. Yeah, hi, my name's Doug Anderson. I've been around the Green Party since 2004, and I was on federal council for 3 years from 2006 to 2009. My main interest has always been policy, but not just any policy. I tend to be a lateral thinker, and I like to tackle the thorny problems that everybody finds intractable. And certainly the post-truth world that we're in right now is one of those. I want to start by acknowledging that all of Canada is the ancestral home of our Indigenous people who have championed and preserved this land for eons, and we owe so very much to them. This is going to be an open discussion. I'm going to take a few minutes provide a few minutes of background and ideas to set the stage. Then it's your turn. I'm hoping that there are some lawyers and phone and internet techies in the audience who can fill in some of the legal and technical details. I'm going to quickly here try and find my slides here. No, sorry, don't want to do that. I want to do this. Whoops, yes, I want to do that. And I want to share my screen. And I want to go to that one there. Okay. And then if everything works right, we should be in business here. Oh, it hasn't worked right now. No, sorry. We're not getting there. We'll unshare there for a moment.
Oh, we see you, Doug. It's good.
No, but I'm not seeing with the other screen I have. I'm not seeing that. So I've got to go back over to here and do that. There we go. All right, now we go over here. Oops, daisy. Now we share the screen. And now we do that. And hopefully, didn't work. Okay, technical difficulties here. Technical difficulties. Let's do this first of all. Let's do that. Okay. Now then, let's get this. Ta-da. Now then, hopefully, if I share here, is it going to work or not? Aha, no, not yet. Ah, damn it. Oh, well, anyway, let's
Doug, when we did this before, you had shared your screen and then went to present while in the shared screen. Perhaps that would work.
Right. Yes, that's what I did. Yes. Okay, let's get that down from that down to, okay, that's all right. So now then, let's go over to this one here. Ta-da, there we got that. And then I'm going to do this. And we lost everybody in the meantime? Probably. Okay, now we'll try sharing that now. No. Oh, well, whatever. Oh, I'll just do it with that then. I don't know. Stop share.
Now hit the slideshow button, Doug, after you were sharing there, and it should be fine.
Should be? You think so?
That's how it was working before.
It's the other screen I'm concerned about. And it's showing you at the moment. It's not showing my slide. Okay. Oh. All right. So let's go back to this. Let's go back to Zoom. Let's go to that. Okay. Now then. Let's do that. Oh. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Okay, so I got that now. Now, if it doesn't work, I'll just do it without the slides. So share screen there. Okay. No, it's not going to do it. So okay, we'll just stop that and we'll just do it without the slides. Okay. Okay. So anyway, my goal in this is to create some sort of committee to draft some policies which can be incorporated into Green Party policy. To that end, if you're interested in helping, please put a note with your email address in the chat. My email address is here. Well, it was on the screen, but it's not there now. It's doug.anderson@greenparty.ca, and you can contact me. Like all of you, I get dozens of scam phone calls and emails. It's all very annoying, but like most of you, I'm pretty good at figuring out what's real and what's not. But we're not the target of these scams. They're looking for the handful of people who, for one reason or another, are vulnerable. People who aren't careful, people who are gullible, or perhaps the person who's just had a bad day. These people are generally the most financially vulnerable and the least able to afford being scammed. An estimate in the United States was that such scams raked in $50 billion in 2021. So what's being done about it? Not much. Several years ago, the government established a no-call list so that anybody could register their phone number to not be called, which resulted in a new list for the scammers to exploit. The government says, be careful, and they offer all kinds of advice on how to avoid being scammed. Some sites will suggest reporting it to the police, but why bother? They will just tell you to install better antivirus software, change your passwords, make them stronger, use two-factor authentication. In other words, it's all up to us. We're the victims. We got to protect ourselves. Wouldn't it make a lot more sense to go after the scammers? One very important consideration here is that the vast majority of this is illegal, and the job of the police is to uphold the law. When you're contacted by someone who says they're from Revenue Canada, that's impersonation, which is illegal. Any lie which is tied to a financial transaction is fraud. So when a person on the other end says that you've purchased an iPhone and you haven't, that's probably illegal. These guys are crooks and need to face the consequences. The CBC took a look at phone scams about a year or so ago, and not surprisingly, that particular scam they've traced was coming from India. With a great deal of pressure, the RCMP made a complaint to the Indian authorities and some action was taken. But as soon as the heat was off, the scammers went back to work. Clearly, the lack of enforcement and even investigation has emboldened the criminal element. But there's another factor that has amplified the problem in recent years. We've given the crooks the technological tools to reach tens of thousands of people very quickly with very little expense. Robocalls can target millions of people quickly and cheaply. And when they find the needle in the haystack, the payoff makes it well worthwhile. On the internet, spammers can send out huge numbers of emails. They can spoof police or government email addresses to make you believe it's important. That's impersonation. It's illegal. All on Facebook and Twitter, the reach depends upon the number of your friends, and everybody wants more friends, don't they? So while the volume of scams has increased dramatically in recent years, scams have probably been around forever, but they're far more common now. One of the roots of these scams, and one that is still with us, is false advertising. It's been with us at least since the late 1800s when scammers would sell you snake oil that they claimed would cure everything from warts to cancer. But back then, people had religion. Lying and cheating were sins, and sinners went to hell. And to the churchgoers of the day, hell was real. But as religion has modernized, the concept of hellfire has faded, and the consequences of cheating have gone with it. So now it's up to the authorities to punish the evildoers. And when they fail to do so, evil proliferates. The advertising industry has made many efforts to appear to rein in false advertising. One of these is Advertising Standards Canada, which is an industry body, and this is a quote, the industry body committed to creating and maintaining community confidence in advertising. Note the terminology. It is an industry body. And its function is, quote, to maintain community confidence in advertising. So false advertising, misleading advertising can still go on as long as the industry itself is not threatened. Their underlying mandate from the industry is to keep a lid on it so that governments don't intervene with stricter rules of their own. Advertising Standards Canada administers the Canadian Code of Advertising Standards, which is actually a pretty good document. The trouble is that none of it is enforced. Also, I note that political and election advertising is specifically exempted. Political parties are a big part of the problem. They lie their way into office, and promises are only kept when convenient. Politicians should be setting an example. I should note here that none of this, scams, false advertising, etc., is a free speech issue. Deliberate lies are never protected speech. The government isn't entirely absent from the false advertising issue, but their presence is pretty toothless. The Competition Bureau, which is part of the Department of Industry, monitors misleading advertising, but the vast majority of complaints are from one business complaining about the advertising of another. Consumers aren't even aware that the Competition Bureau exists, let alone know how to file a complaint. In addition, every government wants to appear to be dealing with the issue, so they all have bureaucracies that are supposedly protecting consumers, but there's little representation from real consumers, far more from industry, and very little action. This permissiveness has morphed in the internet age to fake news, alternative truths, and conspiracy theories, which lack the financial incentives but have much darker goals. So what can we do about it? I'm not an expert. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an expert on phone systems or how the internet works, but I ran a newspaper for several years, so I know a fair bit about advertising. It was our principal source of revenue. I think the Green Party should have policies which promote truthfulness and transparency and prosecute the crooks and cheaters. This is something that affects every citizen in this country, and if we can come up with some solid policies that can rein it in, I think a lot of Canadians would sit up and take notice, maybe even vote for us. So before I throw it open to all of you, here are a few ideas to chew on. And actually, after I finish here, I will put these up on the screen so you can chew on them visually. Number one, robocalls need to be reined in, probably banned, unless the user is licensed for a specific limited purpose, such as polling. The use of a robocaller that isn't licensed, in my opinion, should be illegal. Number two, the international nature of robocalls is a challenge that needs to be addressed. Phone systems know no borders, and we need to pursue international agreements with other countries to ensure that scammers are prosecuted. Three, Facebook, Twitter, and other social media companies need to be regulated. Their ability to amplify a message to thousands needs to be limited to perhaps 15 or 20 a day. In that way, the truth can get propagated in the same time frame. Advertising needs to be regulated by a proper, this is number four, advertising needs to be regulated by a proper consumer-focused agency. Such an agency would have a government mandate, but would operate at arm's length. False and misleading advertising should not be tolerated. Number five, politicians and parties must be subject to the same rules as businesses and individuals. They need to set an example. And number six, commercial lies need to be prosecuted for what they are, fraud. And so on that note, the floor is open. Put up your hand here in the Zoom or put a question or comment in the Rocket Chat. Brian, who is assisting me, will funnel you or your questions through. And now I'm going to try and put this last slide on the screen so that you can see it. And we will do that. Ta-da. Share, right? Okay, there we go. And we'll just go through oops, there we go. All right, there we go. There's my thingamajig. So who wants to talk? Any activity there, Brian? You're muted.
Yes, we have a question from Kyle LaBelle.
Right.
I'm going to, Kyle, or actually, can we unmute Kyle so he can ask his question live? One moment. Oh, he doesn't have a microphone. I'll read it then. Kyle's question is, you mentioned Facebook and Twitter and concerns about fake news. Do you have any thoughts or plans to address the issue of these companies using mass data collection coupled with machine learning and AI to intentionally and subtly manipulate users, presumably to advance corporate and private interest?
That's a problem that occurred primarily in the United States, although I guess it's all worldwide during the 2016 election, and I guess it's gone on since then. Data collection is part of the world we're in. I think it's not a question of should we allow people to collect data. It's going to happen. Even if you don't allow them, they're going to happen. I think the key question with Facebook and Twitter is their ability to send out false messages, any message for that matter, but false messages in particular, out to thousands and thousands of people. And basically, when I said that one of the things they should probably be regulated and limited to 15 or 20, in other words, you basically, instead of sending it out to your 1,000 friends out there, which some people have, or 10,000 friends or whatever, it basically, you can only do it to 15 or 20 per day. In that way, other people can get in there and put the true messages in there in parallel with it, and basically that reduces the impact of the false messages. That's probably the easiest way to treat it, in my opinion. But he's not there, so we can't get a discussion going yet, I guess. But that's what I'm thinking anyway. Is there anything else going on, Brian?
Well, Kyle can also type a follow-up comment or question, and I'll read it aloud.
Okay.
If he wishes to do so. Apart from that, we do not have any further raised hands or Q&A at the moment.
Oh. Okay.
Kyle said he's going to switch computers and get a microphone. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Right. So anyway, well, I'll just sort of fill in a bit of time here. One of the things that like one of the things that happened very recently in the last couple of weeks is that there are scammers out there that are raising money for Ukraine. Now, these are people who not only are they impersonating a legitimate fundraisers, so they're guilty of impersonation. They're also guilty of theft, and they're also guilty of fraud. So basically, there's three terms. These people are crooks, absolutely crooks. And we need to be going after them. And the police are frankly just sort of sitting back and saying, we can't do anything about it. I frankly do not believe that the police, that we as a country cannot do anything about this. There's all kinds of technology out there. If we have to create separate channels or separate to police departments, etc., then we should be doing it, because there's a lot of money being taken from vulnerable people right now that we need to be dealing with. We need to be prosecuting these people and putting a lid on it. And even just starting to prosecute people, I think would greatly limit the amount of would greatly close it down a fair bit.
So Doug, we have one comment, well, two comments actually. The first comment is from Fred Carter, who says, who would police new political advertising rules and who would set the rules?
I actually, many long years ago, I put together a motion on how false advertisers to be handled. And what I've proposed is as I said in my thingamajigs, a consumer-focused agency. Now, we have various agencies right now, as I pointed out. The Ad Standards Canada, Advertising Standards Canada, is an agency, but it's not a government agency, and it has no enforcement abilities, and so on. We need to have a consumer-oriented agency, which would be primarily represent consumers directly, and it would be a government agency, so it had enforcement policy, but it would operate at arm's length from government, much in the same way. This isn't a lot of people will find this not a good example, but the CRTC operates at arm's length from the government. It makes all kinds of rules. It regulates the broadcasting industry, but it's arm's length. The government can overrule them, but basically they did that. And I'm proposing much the same thing, but a consumer agency, which is basically going to represent consumers and have representation from consumer organizations, primarily representatives from consumer agencies, and that they would regulate this. And frankly, then they would accept complaints from the public, and it would work. The internet is a very powerful tool, and one of the things when you go to any of the media things, there's comments, and you can upvote comments and you can downvote comments and all kinds of that sort of thing. So you would have complaints. So this would be on a website. You would have complaints that would come into this agency, and they would be publicly viewable, and everybody else could look at them and they could upvote and downvote them. And the agency would set some kind of a threshold that says, okay, there's enough people that are concerned about this, that we need to deal with it. And then they would, the kind of powers that this thing should have is basically, if somebody complaining about a false advertising, for instance, the agency could say, okay, you've been accused of false advertising. Can you document what you're saying? And, and so then they have to put their cards on the table and say, yes, if they've said that a majority of doctors say that such and such of this works, then they have to basically come forward with the documentation that says a majority of doctors say that. Instead of right now, it's basically, that's the kind of comment on advertising, which is incredibly misleading, because most of these companies have never asked more than 10 doctors whether they would recommend something or other. So that basically this agency then would and if the agency found that the false advertising was, they couldn't justify what they were saying in their ads, then they would be able to say to that agent, you is that company, you can't use that advertising anymore. And frankly, I look at the advertising that I see on television, and I think probably half the ads have something in them that's not entirely true. It would take just a minor amount of tweaking to change them into something a little better. The ones that I'm really concerned about is the ones that are just totally false. One of the industries that is particularly guilty, if you want to call that, of false advertising is the entire cosmetics industry and personal products industry, which promises you beauty and everything else under the sun, which with no real proof of anything. I mean, it's all very subjective information.
So Doug, I would just say Kyle's back now. I'm gonna ask him to unmute his microphone, and he can. Kyle, you there?
Hello?
Yeah.
Great. Hi, thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing like 3 or 4 different concerns all in this talk. And like I'm seeing the scam calls, seeing truth in advertising, truth in political stuff. And then the one that interests me the most and that I've been becoming more active and concerned about is what I mentioned in my earlier comment about Facebook and Twitter and social media companies. So my concern with them is that I think that those companies have reached a point, and the amount of data that they have collected on human behavior, starting probably around 2007, and the amount of data that they now have, like that they're able to provide to the AIs that construct everyone's individual feeds, like the knowledge that those AIs, machine learning, have on our individual and collective human behavior and psychology is just so immense that like we could never hope as an individual to understand what those AIs must understand about us, right?
Right.
And so my concern is that these companies, because there's at least partly because there's zero regulation on how data is used. And I agree that I don't think there's really getting away from data collection. We live in an age of data collection, and everything is pretty much constructed to collect data. But my concern with the social media platforms is that they are actively and intentionally selling this ability to whoever to intentionally manipulate their users. And most innocently, if we can call it that, it would be to sell products. But at a larger, more sinister scheme, it's something that's ultimately eroding our democracy and our individuality by subtly manipulating people's behavior and choices and opinions about all sorts of things. And I don't have any concrete evidence pointing to this, but I think it's very possible that this is happening, and there's certainly nothing preventing companies from doing this. So I just wanted to voice this concern to this audience and to yourself, and ask if you or anyone else has any thoughts about that.
Actually, one of the things that could be done, I think, is basically allowing you to edit the information they had on you, or even wipe it out if you wanted to. I mean, basically, our credit agencies allow you to go in and correct the information. There's several levels of data which we are permitted under law to edit and correct. And I think it's possible that let's face it, Facebook and Twitter would fight this like tooth and nail because that's their bread and butter.
Mm-hmm.
But they if you were able to have access to that information, to correct it, to edit it in the sense of taking out information which you don't want in there, like your buying habits or whatever, then that would be part of it. Might correct that problem. Another aspect of Twitter and Facebook is, and this has come up with it. To me, these companies are now utilities. They have become so embedded in what they do that they are basically like your phone system. They are a utility, and I think maybe they should be licensed in much the same way as utilities are, and regulated. I don't know if that addresses some of those issues or not. What are your comments on that?
Yeah, I'm interested in both those ideas. Like the two I'm hearing is having some maybe more. We already have some, but maybe having more laws that permit me greater control over my own data, which I would definitely be in favor of. And the other thing, social media companies as utilities, and like I haven't been on social media for about 5 years. I also don't have a cell phone, and I resist the idea that they're necessary or required part of our modern society. But I do recognize that there's a value in these online community platforms for sharing and connecting people. So another option that I've thought about is having more public platforms. When I say public, I mean not private, corporate owned, that have transparent policies on how they're using data and how that data is shaping what you're shown is presented. Because I remember a time on social media when if you had the same list of friends or whatever as someone else, the feed that you saw was exactly the same, right? It was just chronological. It wasn't customized based on your individual profile that it had. So I think something like that, having a publicly owned and transparent platform would also be an alternative. And I also wonder about organizations developing individual platforms, like the Green Party. We could have our own online community, I have another association I'm part of that has done that. And I don't see why that couldn't be a thing as well.
Yeah, I think the Green Party is actually moving in that direction. It's got so many channels right now of involved, since with the pandemic, etc. Yeah. You mentioned basically a public platform. In essential, that's what's happened with the phone companies. They are private companies, but they basically have become public utilities and are regulated as such. If you're interested in sort of pursuing this further, make sure you leave your email address and I'll get in touch with you and we can do it from there. Okay.
Yeah, I wrote yours down. I'll shoot you an email. Thank you for hosting this conversation.
Okay. And I see Jason Scott's got his phone up.
Yeah, Jason Scott's hands up. He has a question about truth in political advertising.
Oh.
Hi, thanks, Doug. Yeah, not so much a question. I've always been struck by this carve out, this exclusion where we require truth in political advertising, except political parties are excluded from that, and that's always struck me as A, insane, and B, as an opportunity for Greens. We should be calling for truth in political advertising. I don't see that there's a downside. I don't see how anyone can argue against that. The debate writes itself, right? If we say to another candidate, so wait a minute, are you for lying in political advertising? I just quickly had a look at our policy book. I don't see anything on it. That seems like a fairly easy, straightforward piece of policy. A lot of it is a lot more complicated and nuanced. This seems pretty straightforward, and I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that, or yeah, what you would
Yeah,
say.
Before I set out on doing this, I looked through our policy book too, and I couldn't find anything on any of this stuff, which really surprises me because it's something that absolutely every person in Canada is involved, gets these calls and gets and we're subject to it all the time. I mean, I think I've had 5 already today. I mean, it's and sometimes it's the same one, you know, a couple of times in an hour. You know, it's ridiculous.
Yes.
But going back to political advertising, yeah, that's something that has really surprised me. It doesn't surprise me so much that the Conservative Party doesn't want to do it, but even the Liberals are opposed to regulating advertising for themselves. You know, I'm not sure what their fear is. Well, obviously they're afraid somebody will accuse them of it, but if they're not doing it, there really shouldn't be anything to fear. In fact, that they're opposed to it tends to suggest that they're admitting that a lot of their advertising is false.
False, or at least pushing the envelope.
Making promises which they have no intention of. You know, I really think that you know, I'm a firm believer in recall. I don't know whether you're familiar with the concept or not. I don't know where you are, but BC has got a recall law, as you may be aware. And actually about half of the states in the United States have got recall, which is basically, if you can elect people, you should be able to unelect them.
Okay.
Through a process of through a petitioning process, you get a certain percentage of the population that basically says we want to unelect this. Basically, we want to unelect these people. Then there is a vote, and they basically it depends on what jurisdiction you're in. In British Columbia, if you have a successful recall petition, I believe the person has to resign. He can run again, but that's it. In the United States, it varies from state to state. But basically, if somebody, and we've had these situations where somebody is found to have been elected who misrepresented their qualifications, for instance. And you basically say, hey, I elected this person on the basis that he had a PhD in so-and-so, and he doesn't. I want to unelect that person. And in that particular case, they should be allowed to do it. But I've tried to, I believe the Green Party of Ontario has not a very sort of a wishy-washy resolution in favor of recall, as I recall. But it really needs to be, it's something that we need to pursue, I think. That you know, and I think that would really clean up politics a lot, because basically, if you're going to lie, then you're going to be removed. I don't know. Does that answer any of your questions?
I can see the merits of that. I suspect the politicians and pundits would counter that, well, every election is an opportunity to unelect, and it doesn't seem to work very well in a few people's cases.
The situation in British Columbia was actually rather interesting, because the law was originally proposed by the NDP government under, can't remember his name anymore. And they got, and the referendum, they held a referendum on them, and the referendum said, yeah, let's do this. Then the NDP government got defeated. And so it was the Vanderzam committee, government that basically had to deal with this referendum. And they put the threshold level rather high so that they would never get recalled. There was a successful recall in BC of the HST law, and basically, so and British Columbia went back to just having going back to the GST. And there has been a couple of people. There was one person who was got very close to the petition. Got very close to. I think I know whether it's 40% or 50% of the population has to agree, but he got very close to it and he resigned. So it wasn't directly because of it, but it was. So it does work. I mean, we know that. The most recent recall, it was, of course, in California, where the right wing tried to recall the governor there, and there are recall votes in many states, because you can recall just to almost any elected position in the United States, in those states that allow it. Even judges can get recalled in some states. But anyway, so that's so how are we doing on time here? Oh, we've got 20 more minutes here. Is there anybody else? Brian's gone off to somewhere.
Yes, David Woodbury has got.
Is there anybody else out there, Brian?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, next we have David Woodbury with their hand raised.
Okay. Hello, David. David, hello. Can you unmute yourself, David? No. Can you unmute him, Brian?
It appears that he is unmuted at the moment. Let me just.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's happening. So.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
No, not at the moment. Oh, yes, we also have. Oh, no, false alarm.
False alarm, eh?
Here we go. We have Dave Abbey.
Dave Abbey. Hello, Dave. If you unmute yourself. Dave? You got two people who won't unmute themselves.
Okay. Yes, I've been listening to this conversation for about 20 minutes to half an hour from now ago. We're at part of the country that I'm in is around just after lunch. I'm having trouble understanding what recall really means, because let me finish what I'm going to say, please. We elect politicians every 4 years in Canada, or if there's a minority parliament, more often than that. And I know in the States they elect presidents every 4 years, and their legislature is the one house elects every 2 years and one house elects every 6 years, I believe. Right. If I elect a person who a candidate, pardon me, if I vote for a person who's a candidate that agrees, that I feel that I agree with, and that candidate wins, why is there a reason, unless he lied during a campaign, presumably, but if assuming he's telling the truth when he's campaigning, and I vote for him because I like what he's saying and don't vote for somebody else because I don't like what they're saying, why should a successful politician who succeeds in winning an election, which is after all decided by the voters who are the ultimate decision makers, why would if I say the person I voted for doesn't do what he said he would do, the simplest way to me, it seems, to not have him continue in office is to not vote for him in the next subsequent election. Why do we need to worry about recall this and recall that, when the best example of recalling occurs in Canada every time there's an election? I live in a province, I live in Saskatchewan. And unfortunately, from a partisan view, it's a totally conservative province in terms of who we've elected to Ottawa. And there's a majority of small C or large C conservatives in our provincial legislature. But if I don't like what my MP is doing, I should be just vote next time the election comes. And as it has happened, because I don't particularly think much of my MP, but I just have to not vote for him next time, vote for somebody else.
Okay, well, the answer to your question is that frankly, it isn't always the case, but basically politicians do lie, they do misrepresent, etc. Not all of them, but many of them do. And that's a case of, that's one of the prime cases of where you should be able to recall. The other aspect is basically when you elect somebody, you're hiring them. You are the employer and you are hiring this person to represent you. And if, you know, any other job situation, basically, if your employer doesn't like the way you're doing your job, your boss will fire you. And you know, this is exactly the thing. You are the boss of your MP or MPPs, etc. You should be able to fire them. Now, collectively, it's a fairly complex process, but that's where recall comes in. There is a petitioning process where basically somebody says, I want to recall my MPP, etc. Because he is not representing us properly, etc. I want to recall him. And the processes are generally, the numbers vary from state to state, from province to province, etc. But basically, they're usually in the vicinity of 30 to 40%. You have to, of the electorate, the entire electorate. When you got to remember that basically, in some of these places, it's only 50% of the people even voted.
That's true.
So basically, to get 30 or 40% of the entire electorate to say, I want to replace my MP, is a pretty steep thing, pretty steep climb. So if you can get that 30 to 40%, and the number would be specified in the legislation, if you can get that number, then that MP would have to resign and would have to seek re-election right then and there. And the electorate then would have the choice of, you know, now in most of these cases, I think that MP would decide, no, I'm not going to bother running because they'd be embarrassed probably. However, in some cases, such as the recall in California of the governor, he did win because basically the recall vote was being forced by a very conservative group and who didn't really have I don't know what the percentage they had to get there, but basically it was probably much lower. Some states have quite low thresholds. What else was I going to say? Yeah, so basically, yeah, that's how recall works, and I think that it's you know, I think that you as a constituent should be able, as the boss, you should be able to fire these people who are looking for you, who are supposedly working for you.
And okay, so I don't like my MP. I don't particularly like. I'm always writing nasty letters to him, or even the odd comment. Basically, I don't like him because most of what he stands for, I don't stand for.
Right.
And if I started a petition and got, say, 5,000 or 10,000 or whatever threshold was signatures, if there was a procedure in place to do this, because I don't believe there's any law in Canada anywhere, although someone mentioned something about a law in BC and wanted to during the conversation.
You can do it in BC.
Okay, so in British Columbia, in other words, in British Columbia, if you don't like your MP, you don't have to wait till next election to get rid of him.
If you can get the necessary signatures, you can do it in between elections. Yes.
And has that happened at all?
As I said, there was one case where a person became very close to that threshold. He resigned, which is probably a smart move.
True.
But BC also has, which is unusual actually in terms of recall, is you can recall legislation. and as I said, they did recall the government had passed the HST legislation,
Right.
which combined the GST with the provincial thing, and it was recalled, and so the BC does not have an HST; they have a GST and a PST.
It might be interesting if there's somebody from Ontario who's in this conversation. I don't know if there is, because I don't know where anybody is, because we're all doing this virtually.
Right.
Ontario has an HST.
Right.
They're the only province in Canada I'm aware of that combines their provincial and federal sales tax. The GST is the goods and services tax, and the HST is, I'm not sure what the H stands for. Health services tax, maybe. HST.
It's the harmonized sales tax.
Oh, harmonized sales tax. Okay. Now the thoughts escaping what I was going to say now. Yes. In Ontario, there are, I'm sure, maybe say 8 million people. Maybe there's even more than that in Ontario now, because it's the biggest province in our country.
Right.
Or maybe, yeah, okay. And so, let's do something that will apply it more to Saskatchewan, where I live. We have roughly 1.2 million people living in this province. So in terms of the electorate, because you can't count children under 18,
Yeah.
so we probably have about 700,000, maybe 800,000 eligible voters.
Right.
Our province had its budget just last week, and they decided to add the provincial sales tax to a number of items that weren't, the sales tax did not apply to. And there's been some negative reaction against that happening. If one started a recall of one of the government MLAs, which is what they're called in Saskatchewan, and we got, say, 30% or even 40% of the electorate, well, then my MLA might be upset at that. What would stop them from saying, your attempt to recall me is illegitimate or is unnecessary, because if you don't like the way I voted in this particular debate or this particular addition to the law, you can just vote for somebody else in the next election. And if enough people feel the way you do, I won't get reelected.
Well, recall is wherever it is, it's in law. Basically, I mean, there is a specific law that says this is how it's going to work. This is the percentages you have to get. These are the forms you have to use. This is how the names are going to be verified. And all of that is laid down in legislation. In some of the states, it's actually part of their constitution. So I mean, that's what it would take. That's how it works. In terms of harmonized sales tax, I think most of the maritime provinces have it harmonized. I believe Quebec does.
Yeah, Gillian Foster just pointed out that 15% harmonized sales tax is active in Nova Scotia.
Right.
And I know it's 13%. Is it 13 or 14% here in Ontario?
So 13% here. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Is Dave Woodbury still around, or is he able to unmute himself or not?
I will ask him.
Otherwise, we're getting fairly low on time. Oh, we got 7 more minutes, pardon me.
I've asked, but I don't believe that that's the case.
Okay.
So we do have, there's not another question, but earlier there was a recommendation to catch a documentary on Netflix called The Social Dilemma. That was recommended by Patrick Kerr. And then also since then, Kyle LaBelle has stated that Patrick Kerr's comment, I would also add the documentary Coded Bias, also on Netflix. The Social Dilemma is good, but I also thought it sensationalized the issue, perhaps geared towards a younger audience. Thank you, Patrick. So 2 recommendations for the impact of what you're discussing here, Doug, with social media and truth in social media on the populace.
Right. Okay. So, all right.
Yeah, so that concludes the questions, the open questions at the moment, and I don't see anyone else with their hand raised.
So, okay, well, I will
Hello?
go back.
Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Yes, David Woodbury, here you are.
Hi, yeah, I was had the wrong microphone going here. Yeah, I was actually wanted to talk a little bit about the surveillance capital angle that we were talking about for a while there. Surveillance capitalism.
Right.
Yeah, are you familiar with Shoshana Zuboff and her books?
No, I'm not. No.
You should read it. She's a brilliant researcher from Harvard. She's written a book called Surveillance Capitalism.
Right.
About this collection of data and how we have become the product and also the unpaid workforce for the biggest corporations in the world. And so this is something that I think we might be wanting to put into some kind of policy, is our being somehow looking at how to rein in these companies. As you say, the idea is out there of calling or making them into regulated, like the telephone company, public utilities. But I think there really has to be something also. I mean, I'm originally from the States,
right?
So I have dual citizenship, and I vote in both elections. But don't blame me for either one. I vote green both places. So, but I'm not that familiar with the idea of antitrust in the Canadian context. But there definitely is a problem of monopolies and their impact on the entire economy. That's another thing that I would like to see the Green Party take positions on.
Actually, I think they do have positions on that sort of thing. I can't remember what they are, but I think they do. Yeah. The CRTC does not do a very, very good job of regulating the broadcasting industry, and then there's a lot of concentration there that really shouldn't be done. And then they right now, the fact that Rogers is trying to take over, wants to take over whatever the other one is I think is a single. We just don't have enough competition there, and it tends to be the CRTC tends to be dominated by the industry itself, which is a pity. And sure. But I think that a lot of this stuff should be. I think that making in Facebook and Twitter into utilities and regulating them as such would be they would fight it tooth and nail, and God knows how that would come out.
Well, that the lawyers would make out on it.
Well, yes, yeah, yes, for sure. Yeah, and I think we're just about out of time. A couple more minutes here, but yeah. Anyway, is there anybody else got anything else they want to add? Everybody? Nobody?
Well, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. Do you have anything else to?
No,
a couple minutes. We got a couple minutes. If you want to work on something or other to bring some kind of a policy together, leave me your email address or email me.
Okay, shall I put it in the chat, or?
You can put it in the chat, or you can just email it. It's doug.anderson@greenparty.ca, and
okay,
and we can take it from there, and we'll see what comes of this. Because that's what I'm after, is to basically get some kind of policy into the Green Party to deal with this, because every Canadian has to deal with this stuff all the time, and unfortunately, it isn't just an inconvenience or an annoyance. there are vulnerable people that are being scammed out of billions of dollars. And so we really need to, the country needs to do something, and I don't see any political parties doing anything with it. And if the Green Party can come up with a set of policies to deal with it, I think enough people would sort of take notice that we might get some votes out of it.
Yeah. You know, one of the previous speakers was talking about the Green Party getting ahead of the AI issue. This and that might together be might make for interesting conversations,
right?
Especially if we can get some real tech bros, people who are actually coders and people who are into the industry,
right,
to help out. That might
that's
be
what I was hoping, because basically that we would have some lawyers that could deal with the legal issues, and some people who would know how the technical stuff works. And don't think we got anybody that into that. So we can sort of work away on the corners and see what happens.
Okay, and is your name Anderson or Anderson?
Anderson.
Okay.
Yeah.
We do have one more comment regarding your conversation here from Kyle LaBelle. So phone and internet prices are outrageous in Canada. More competition would be fine, I guess, but I would consider supporting the nationalization of these services, I guess, like a utility like you've been discussing.
He says he would support it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would consider supporting the nationalization of these services.
The trouble with nationalization is, really the only trouble with nationalization is the cost. I don't think the government has enough money to nationalize Facebook, and also jurisdictions across borders, et cetera, would be an issue too. So I think that probably just regulating is probably a better option. Anyway, I want to thank those people who have contributed to this. As I have said, I wonder if I can, I'll just put this up very quickly if I can. Yeah, there's my email address there. I don't think you can see that still, but I don't know. Anyway, yes. So if you get my email address is at the end there. Anyway, the next speaker is Anne Rainey. And she is going to be talking about local environmental initiatives. Take it away.
Well, thank you, Doug. I'll see if I can stop your video. How's that? Yes, I'm speaking about local climate action, which is a lot more than environment. And we're just going to give people a few minutes, and I'm going to try to get my slide up.
You're very quiet, so you might want to jack up your microphone.
If I had one to jack up, I would.
Oh, I see.
There we are. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Anne Rainey. Oh, I have a little bit of problem with my backdrop. How's that? My name's Anne Rainey, and I'm coming to you from King Township, which is thankfully north of the Greater Toronto Area, but unfortunately too close. We're in the Oak Ridges Moraine, and every day when we go for hikes in the woods in this area, we are very much aware that we are walking on historic thousands-year-old trails that the Indigenous people used many moons ago, many years ago. The Carrying Place Trail, which was vital in the winning of the War of 1812, in fact. And also a place now called Holland Landing, which is a nexus between the watersheds that take people from the East Coast Atlantic provinces this far to Ontario, and then to go farther west. So these are in my about federal greens and local climate action, the how and why. And I really think that I don't know why I'm having trouble with the background. I really think that you'd be considering, I'm hoping you'll be considering local climate action. the presentation will be about 30 minutes, and then hopefully there'll be some questions and perhaps some discussion after, because I have examples of things to show you if you wish. Okay, let's get going. So why would you act locally? Many people say that climate change a federal jurisdiction. So what has it got to do with anything local? Well, of course, it is a federal jurisdiction. It's atmospheric pollution, and that is considered the commons since, well, Canadian lawyers had a bit to say in that, the Montreal Protocol, and before that, the Acid Rain Treaty with the Americans. So that's been established as a commons, and it's why it's a federal jurisdiction. But we're going to answer these questions throughout this presentation. The other people think that it's just a drop in the bucket. What can I do locally that would make a big difference? And other people think that municipalities just don't have enough money. All these are false, by the way. So why and how would you want to join in on local climate action where you live? I should say that local climate action meets 5 out of the 6 values of the Green Party. And if we don't get into any arguments or getting into any fights, it meets nonviolence as well, and it matches all 6 values. But here are some reasons why you might want to. First of all, the first question about jurisdiction. All humans are responsible for global warming, some more than others. And we in Canada are in that group that is more responsible. We've been polluting for longer, and we do it more per capita than many. But as individuals, we all live in local communities. And if individuals have to change or do some things or support or vote for the right representatives and hold them accountable, then we need to have local action. So it's not just a top-down. It's too late in the day for top-down climate action. We have to have inside out and bottom up, and it's time that local climate action in your municipalities rise to the occasion. It's an all hands on deck situation. And as I said before, your community needs to elect climate champions to office and hold them to account. And I add media too. And they can't do that if they haven't got a full awareness, a full understanding of just how immense this task is and how vital and in fact, what's at stake. So at the bottom, I just want to point out that if anyone who's a Green were to get involved locally, join another group or on your own, you can do quite a bit. You can increase awareness and knowledge in your community. You can live and lead by example, which is a big deal. You can help more people to make positive changes and reduce their emissions or support adaptation, help them stay informed and help not leaving anyone behind. So it comes down to the old adage, think globally, act locally. And that's very literal in this case. You may not know it, but according to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, 50% or more of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions are under the direct or indirect influence or the responsibility of your local municipal government. Now, let's take a look at why that is. I've got a list on this slide of some key municipal controls, things that local government across Canada are in charge of. And I do understand that in some provinces, there's less powers to municipalities than others. In some provinces, there's an upper and lower tier municipalities, and the municipal powers are split. And in some, we have no political party organization at the municipal level. I'm in Ontario, we're not allowed to have political parties at the municipal level. But in BC and other provinces, you can. So there's a difference in municipal government across the country. These are all in common. First of all, your local government can lead by example in its day-to-day operations. Things like having electrified their fleet, using rainwater to water plants. We don't have to go on, but there's a few examples. All local municipalities have at least partial control of land use. Land use is vital for biodiversity protection, for keeping our ecosystems healthy enough, and also it can contribute to damages in risk and vulnerabilities for people. So land use has all sorts of mitigation and adaptation aspects to it. Issuing building permits and development approvals are also municipal. These are in red because they're regarding building stock, and the ones in brown are regarding transportation. So municipalities control the parking supply. They also control how much you pay for parking. And of course, they're responsible for roads, pathways, things like active transport pathways, speed limits, and public transit, which is huge. They also oversee parks and recreation. Perhaps now you have an idea that the municipal government actually has a lot to do with the way we move about and how we heat our buildings and homes. Here's a breakdown from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in 2019, their definitions of the emissions sectors. Just pointing out that in 2019, our total emissions were 730 megatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And notice the biggest two pieces of the pie. Both of them are energy. One is from stationary combustion sources, 44% of our national emissions. And the other one is transportation, and that's 30% of our national emissions. That does include air travel, marine, train, but it's largely trucks and cars. So when you see together, that's 74% of our total emissions. And yet in our local municipalities, we can have influence over both of them. Stationary combustion sources being really just two things: furnaces to heat buildings or boilers, and fossil fuel burning to make electricity. So what can municipalities or local communities do? Now this thing in yellow here at the top is very, very important. Action equals hope, and hope equals action. If you're not feeling hopeful, you don't feel like acting. But if you act a little, it makes you feel more hopeful, and it becomes a feedback loop. If you're acting, you give other people hope. And if other people are, passionate about action, they'll give you hope. So hope is action, and that's really important to remember. So I wanted us to look at, again, municipal control over things that are a big deal in our country that we have to reduce emissions for, and that is from the Mission Impossible. So no, not impossible, Mission Possible, which was our pamphlet from the Green Party in the 2019 election. From there, I've put down those areas that are listed in it that are under municipal control. And although the document says it's more or less in the order in which these things should be implemented, I've put them in the order they were in the document. Everything regarding mitigation comes after building an east-west electrical grid and after declaring an emergency and things like that, for instance. So mitigation is first, and those mitigation sectors that the local government has control over are transportation and buildings, and also biodiesel to make available to agricultural sector if you're in a rural riding. And second is renewable generation. We have to try to contribute to renewable generation. This is usually done with partners, and that can be community groups or farmers or business, and especially important are Indigenous peoples. The third is local engagement. We went through that, all hands on deck. And the third, I've got 2/3, I see. Well, the fourth one is adaptation. This is protecting our natural assets, be they man-made, sewer systems, roads, power lines, buildings getting blown shingles off of and damaged, and also our natural assets. Many natural assets help us with adaptation and with mitigation. Again, see how much of Mission Possible are actually community, local actions individual action combined. And in fact, getting involved in your community is one of the Mission Possible segments. So then let's take a look at what a sort of a decent, the minimum of a municipal climate plan, what it should look like. According to the David Suzuki Foundation, any local climate action plan, and these are plans put together by your local government, just as it's done in all levels of government, and they've always been doing. According to the David Suzuki Foundation, any local climate action has to have these 4 elements. 1, it must be an ambitious, up-to-date target based on the latest climate science, or targets. You think of 2030 and the net zero target. So they needs to be ambitious and up-to-date. You need to be able to add up the actions that are listed in the plan. Actions are different things that will hopefully lower greenhouse gas emissions or improve adaptation. And they need to have them quantified so you can add up, if these actions are taken, they will reduce this much, carbon dioxide equivalent, and they add up to meet the target. There should be a focus on equity. What we're doing is tweaking the way we live, the way we get about. Some people might not notice much. Most people will feel better for the changes. But if we're going to do this, we should make sure we don't make inequity worse. It's already in a bad state. And what we need to do is try to make an effort to make things more equitable. The 4th one is, of course, ways for residents to monitor progress and success. This includes having measurable outcomes and metrics to measure the progress. So comes down to transparency. At the bottom, I want to point out that the IPCC targets that is global, so the global one for 2030 is 45% below 2010 levels. And this might even be already out of date, okay? We have not slowed down our increasing emissions annually on this planet. Therefore, what was decided on as a target, assuming so many years before implementation of action happens, is now likely out of date. Canada needs to do better than 50%. We should, for sure, just think about halving our emissions in the next 8 years before 2030 and reaching net zero as soon as possible. This is not like any other not like any other plan that a municipality has put together. This is completely different. This is something vital and important. I'm going to skip over my examples of plans. In case there's questions later, we can look at them again. So that's a basic, those 4 ingredients are basic according to David Suzuki Foundation. Now we're looking at what makes a good municipal plan. So a good one knows that education and awareness of the people is an action. It is a climate action. We have to make sure that everybody understands this immense task ahead of us in the next 8 years. I'm focusing on the nearer target. If we don't meet the 50% reduction of our emissions globally and in Canada by 2030, we will miss this very small window that gives us a chance at having a stable climate. So we must concentrate on that. So if everybody knew how important this was, how immense the task is, how much they can contribute and be part of the solution, and I'm convinced everybody would be. So volunteer participation at every stage in the process of plan development is in a good plan, which includes deep and broad ongoing public engagement, awareness. And this is also important because everyone's going to be asked to try to retrofit their homes or use public transit or share a car or take taxi or carpool. And if they can, active transport, which is like walking and rolling, I think they call it. So if everyone has to make a little difference, which is also, I forgot to mention, another big one for personal climate action is eating less meat. And if people did that, if they're required to do it, I mean, they need to be feeling that this is their plan. They need to have buy-in in the plan. And that's why the municipality in a good municipal climate action plan knows that they have to engage as many people, almost everybody really, has to be talked to and asked questions about and answering questions and things, because otherwise they will feel left out instead of buying in. So what makes a better climate action plan? So a better climate action plan, in short, is just to make sure that you have that community involvement, but you're including all stakeholders. You might include them in a one large steering committee to get things going, but then divide it up by sectors. You'll have farmers talking about agriculture, and they're vital. They're our allies, and we're going to need them because we might just not be able to import food anymore. And we need to have local food because that's less waste of energy. So stakeholders could be also your energy providers, experts, if you have university professors or people who are expert in the area, and conservation authorities and things. So they need to be participating in a plan. And these plans need to be detailed. So the different actions to bring down emissions in the different sectors, they need to be detailed. I have some examples of the details in the bottom bullet point: timelines, costs, where the funding will come from to pay for it, who will be overseeing this implementation, what partners will be involved, metrics used for monitoring and progress, and how to ensure equity and transparency is happening in the whole process, co-benefits, and especially for adaptation, vulnerability assessment, risk analysis, and cost-benefit analysis helps to sell a plan, because they might seem expensive, but it'll be a lot more expensive if we don't act. And you can quantify that in terms of infrastructure losses, insurance rates going up, and price of fuel going up as time goes on. Now, yeah, we're still getting better. So now, what's a great climate action plan? And these are the ones that really show the urgency and the understanding of the vital importance that we meet the 2030 target of halving emissions, and that we need to get to a net zero before 2050. I don't know if you noticed, but the major city of Toronto announced in December, only so many months ago, that they would be achieving net zero at 2040, and they are doing very well. Also, there should be annual updates to the plan and reporting to public, because the target is shifting. Because we are not bringing down our emissions, we keep increasing our output, and this is causing the targets to be changing. By the time they agree on a target in the UN, it's a little on the late side. I know they try to anticipate their publication dates, but the way it happens, things are moving fast. The target is a shifting target. We also have to see that they are making an effort to go across their departments in the municipality and change the way they do business. It cannot be business as usual anymore. The system has to change. Most poorer municipalities, which are usually the rural ones, but they don't have to be, they don't have the money to put the resources into a large plan. So they will do very well to save their money if they look at all their plans: emergency preparedness plan, roads and transportation, parks and rec, official plan, energy management plans, and they look at them through a lens of climate change, and they know they have to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And that's actually a good thing, to not have it siloed, stuck on a shelf. Now, this is my last one, so I'm calling it the super duper municipal climate action. And in a really good government of any kind, provincial or federal, you have a carbon budget. That is where they know where they have to be at net zero or at half their emissions. They can determine what their emissions are. They've probably already done that across Canada, most places. Then they determine how much their carbon emissions in each annual year have to come down. So every year they're allowed to make so many emissions. If they end up emitting more that year, then it gets cut out of the budget in the next. This is really important. Carbon budget. What it helps drive is action. It keeps the focus of the municipality on those emissions across all departments and operations. The other thing that usually goes hand in hand with the carbon budget is some sort of committee or task group of experts that are not elected, but appointed perhaps, and they may have 1 or 2 year terms or something like that. And their job is to try to look at the science, look at the situation we have, and how do we get from here to where we need to be in adaptation, mitigation, and equity. How do we do all that and bring it to recommendations for the elected body? This has been done in the UK, and they've done very well in reducing their carbon emissions because they formed what's called the Committee on Climate Change, CCC in the UK, and they report to all Parliament, if it's a Parliament, both houses of both sides of the House. And this has been very effective because it cuts politics out of the decision making. And as we know, politics has been the bottleneck. It has been the problem keeping back climate action because elected officials only think about the next election cycle. They cannot seem to think in long term. There are exceptions, but generally that's the problem. And so when you have a committee on climate change and a carbon budget, the elected officials can say to the people, wasn't our decision. We're all told this has to happen, all parties, everybody. So that would be great. I will point out that they did this current government federally did establish a similar committee. However, they did not allow it to report to all Parliament. So it doesn't serve to even educate our MPs. And they only, I think, report to the Prime Minister. Maybe it's just Cabinet, but that's an error. So I want to bring out, talking about Parliament, our senator from Alberta in the independent senator group, Senator Sorensen, last week had issued a statement. Municipalities can play a lead role in reducing emissions. Lead role. And she lists these 4 reasons. There are more, but these are 4. They seem no-brainers, but it's important. Difficult to do from a federal level or even a provincial level. Greenhouse gas emissions locally can be more easily and accurately documented. Detailed programs can be customized to local areas, and local plans are made they're made more easily actionable on the ground. Also, municipalities that have found successes or lessons learned share that among their neighboring municipalities or across the country. This can cause it to go to a regional level or to a provincial level, and it also helps focus funding from on high, from federal government and other places. They don't really know how to fund. We, the municipalities and the local community groups, need to make it clear. Fund us, this is what we're doing. And I think to give her some credit, I want to say that Senator Sorensen was 4 years a councillor and 6 years a mayor of the town of Banff. And she was proudly announcing in this article that Banff, the town of Banff, is on track to achieve 100% renewable energy generation and 80% below 2005 levels of emissions by 2050. Again, maybe that's an old target. They might be needing to update their target. Well, I'm going to give you this idea. This is, I know, a lot of words, but it's an example of a municipality, this one in Quebec, Plessisville, a population of 6,500 people. They had got their local government to buy electric vehicles. I think they were Konas, to be honest, or maybe Bolts. But they said, you know, it'll be cheaper in the fuel and in the maintenance in the long run. And so they did. They bought 2 electric vehicles for their fleet, the municipal fleet. And then the people of this village said, you know, that car's just sitting around all night and on weekends and holidays. Why don't we set up a renting for the residents? They can rent the car at nights and weekends when it's not being used. And they did. So they tested the Saveur program. They actually helped pretty much develop it, which is all over now, Quebec, and growing across Quebec, I should say. The renters, the external users, people in the community, could rent the vehicle for about $6 an hour to $1.50, 15 minutes. And that rent helped pay for the charging of the car, covered the rental, and it also helped to pay for repairs and maintenance. So this was a revenue neutral situation for this wee municipality. I think they had an idea about it when they bought those two vehicles, that they probably wouldn't even have to pay extra for them. Now in the second half of this slide, you see in 2018, that was 2014 when they declared their success. And in 2018 now you can find in Transporting Quebec Toward Modernity, this is the provincial document. They have implemented this across Montreal, across Quebec regional areas, and it's being very popular. They've had, in the first year, they had 100 users rent those two cars 1,500 times in the first year. That's with a population of 6,500. So anything Greens can do locally is going to matter because every little bit counts. And I just wanted to emphasize this. Greens can help their neighbors understand. They can work with them, work with individuals or groups, community groups, or even work with the municipal government to improve ongoing engagement, or to implement local actions, or to come up with new local actions and improve the plan. And again, I want to point out that if you think you have a plan and you don't need you, remember that any plan at least as old as 2018 will be out of date. That was the 45% below 2010 levels by 2030 for the globe. That was in order to not go past 1.5 degrees heating. So anything before that is sorely out of date. I also wanted to say you're going to benefit from this. Not only are you going to feel more hopeful, but the UN did a study many moons ago. I don't remember. I know I've said that expression twice now. It's one of my favorites, but it was a long time ago, so I don't remember. And they studied different cultures, and they studied for a long time, and they wanted to see if there was any commonality regarding what influenced their happiness. And there was. And the number one thing by far was knowing your neighbors. Knowing your neighbors is the number one thing you can do for your happiness. So if we all do our part, eat a little less meat, or stop eating meat, walk or roll when we can, take the bus or train, share a ride, buy a secondhand EV. They do not depreciate nearly as much as a combustion engine. The engine has 100 times more moving parts. Improve the energy conservation of your home, and you can do that now with up to $5,000 from a federal government grant and the Greener Homes Grant. Take advantage of it. And more importantly than that is that the cost of an energy audit or an energy agent coming to do a blow door test to see how leaky your house is and to determine how good your insulation is, your windows and doors, they will do that and give you recommendations. So you'll now have a list to tick off and go through to improve your house, its efficiency, how it conserves energy. Then when you go to switch from a furnace that burns fossil fuel to a cold climate air source heat pump, which is way more efficient, you won't have to get a very big one because you'll have insulated and sealed the house, you see. Anyway, it all adds up. Every little bit counts. We are 35 million people in Canada, and if we all did a little bit, that would add up. You multiply that by 35 million, so we just have to keep going. At the very bottom in blue, there are two suggestions if you're looking for funding. And one is the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, fcm.ca. There's quite a bit of funding available for all sorts of things, pilot projects, research, full, even capital projects, and they will pay 80% of the cost. And they can also give very low interest rate loans to municipalities or municipal partners, which could be community groups. Climate change funding programs, just go ahead and write that in your search bar, and you'll probably come up with the government website and a list of programs that are still open for applications for funding. This is my favorite cartoon. in this cartoon, it's not really that, I never get tired of it. The idea is, of course, that people thought that climate change was a hoax, and this man's saying, well, if we do all these things, the list of co-benefits are up on the stage that are all positive. And he's saying, well, if we do all this and create a better world, what if it's a hoax and it was all for nothing? So I just wanted to remind everyone that the co-benefits are all positive. There's really no downside. The discouraging thing is that we need to pay for it, and we need to do it all of a sudden now. But we can, and funding's being made available constantly. Municipalities that do not have good targets, good reporting and transparency, detailed and implementable actions, they won't qualify as fast as they'd like when a grant is made available or funding is available to them. It's pretty much on a first serve, first come basis. So they need to get their plans in order, because they'll be left behind. Things are going to be moving very quickly. The central banks, in fact, are working on bringing money into this climate action from their level around the world. So that's it for my talk now, and I hope there's some questions that we can discuss. And I see that Robert has asked a question. So Robert, you ask, are the federal Greens going to work together with the provincial parties on this issue? I say anybody, provincial or federal, should work in climate change locally. It helps you to build your EDA. You get to know the community better. So as a Green federal person, it has a benefit for us in the party. Let me stop the share. And oops, there we go. And if anyone has any questions, just raise a hand, please, or type it in the Q&A. Robert, I'm sure shall I allow you to speak so you can ask your question? Let me try to do that. I have to find your name here. There it is. So I'm going to promote you to panelist, and if you unmute Robert, you can ask your question yourself. It might take some time for that to happen. And then David Woodbury has a question. Are you there, Robert? Do you wish to speak? Perhaps not. David,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Hi.
Yes, I'm concerned that the local, the provincial parties, Green parties, are working separate from the federals. Mm-hmm. And I think by working together, it's a lot more efficient. So you're going to minimize resources by doing that. Duplication is, I think, a waste of time and effort. So I think it's really important that the provincial and the federal parties work together.
Oh, absolutely. On things that are provincial and federal jurisdiction, I agree. The party needs to organize around those things and cooperate. Absolutely. We all have to work together.
Right. What
I'm proposing, though, are the individual members that may or may not even have an EDA in their area to get involved in local climate action, because it would help others and help them. You can do both. You're talking over the fences. That's what I'm suggesting. Right. Or if there's a community group you want to join, then join it and see what they're doing, and see if this video will be on YouTube, and hopefully it's been helpful. But I've learned a lot myself getting involved in local climate action. It's quite rewarding, and you can see just how important it is, I think. So it's more of an individual thing, but also EDAs can benefit, because when you're a volunteer working in the community, and I was a candidate once, this is how people get to know you. they decide whether or not you're a straight shooter. If you're for real, they need to work alongside you, you know. And when you get a better known, I think you improve chances of support for the Greens in your area. Would you agree, Robert?
I think that's good. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I like is that a vulture on the tree that you've got?
That's an eagle.
Oh, a bald eagle then. You must be in BC, or is this Ontario?
No, this is the Annapolis Valley.
Awesome. They're across the country, aren't they?
We're in Nova Scotia. Yeah.
All right. They're across the country, but they're pests in some parts of Squamish.
Oh, okay.
It's too many. David is next. I'm sorry, David. Thank you, Robert.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I'm on PEI. So I've been very active locally. As you probably know, our provincial Green Party is the official opposition. So we've been able to push the progressive conservative government on quite a number of things, but they're pretty slow. They're dragging their heels. They make promises. I'm active in a couple of different groups, and I tried to start a Extinction Rebellion group here, and we had real success for about a month, and it totally fizzled out. It was really quite disheartening. So people are not into non-violent actions. Civil disobedience is not really going over here as it is in some places. But we have been able to elect quite a number of MLAs, and they're wonderful people. And so I'm active in the EDA here, Charlottetown. We came very close in the election before last, less close this last one. But I'm also thinking about starting a municipal Green Party. I'm not sure if it's legal here, but Charlottetown has a very retrograde council. They basically see their function as green lighting any kind of development that the big developers want to put in. So I think we need to put some green energy into the municipal level. I was a member of a group that we tried to push the city to buy only electric buses. And they met with us, sat down with us, and then we had more discussion to do. So they said, we'll meet with you next week. And the day before they met with us, the second time, they passed a bill to buy diesel buses.
Well,
so
the problem might have been sometimes you have to do some more work than just have an idea, and it's almost the same as if they have really detailed implementation plans, then it's more likely to get implemented. It's the same thing when you're going to come to the municipality with an idea. If you can have a little more detail, there's a better chance they're going to. And I know that the biggest problem, of course, is that electric buses are costly, and the budget is usually just an annual thing based on property tax.
Yeah.
But there are some electric bus companies, at least one I know of, that you buy the bus and you lease the battery. And so municipalities ought to be able to afford that.
Yeah. Well,
we have 4 or 3 manufacturers in Canada. Here in Ontario, we have the Chinese company Build Your Dreams, building them in Newmarket for the Toronto Transit Commission.
Yeah, there's the in Quebec, there's the biggest electric bus. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, there was federal funding for it.
That's true.
They just didn't want the electric. They were.
So this is
anyway,
the
it was
problem.
Extremely frustrating.
I mean, I would like to hear from everyone else about this, because if you have engaged with your municipal government, you will find they don't know how important this is.
No.
Because if they did, they'd be they'd be involved asking for help from the community, but they're not. They're just, no, this is the way. Think of it this way. I think of it this way. The chief administrative officer, which is their top-notch civil servant, right?
Well,
That person,
top one, maybe not top notch.
okay, I'm sorry,
In our case.
the top, not necessarily top drawer either. Okay. So the highest ranking
Yes.
municipal servant, they get there from years and years of experience.
Mm.
This is the way they've always done it, and they've learned this well, and that's why now there's CAO. They do not want to change things and go into this quirky quagmire muddy stuff they don't know is a solid place to be.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why young people have to be there. You really have to get the young people involved for their mental health. Absolutely vital that they be empowered and be given that voice.
Yes.
And if they can be passionate and most of them know more than the rest of us that are feeling this, they need to be able to be heard, because young people, even if they get elected, you know, I'm talking about adult young people now, but they only have to learn how to do it, how to get it done. But the older folks need to learn how to undo it the way they've learned.
Yes.
Before they can do it differently. So there's a lot of inertia. And
oh, yes.
There was
yes.
a mayor of, I've forgotten her name, the mayor of Victoria, BC. She said, you know, it's really important that young people come and be persistent and keep coming back. And yes, you be respectful and polite, but you must be showing us your passion and keep, every time we just kept thinking with old brains, she said, this could go wrong, this could be a problem, this could go wrong. And they kept jumping over these barriers and coming back and saying, we got that problem solved, rethink this. And eventually she said, the young people that were coming to their chambers, and that's of course council chambers, we're influencing the way those people were thinking. And she said, thank goodness. So it's that simple. It's individuals, our representatives are individuals and they're human beings, and they're doing the same thing the rest of us are doing, which is sometimes just, it's too overwhelming. So you just paralyze, you get paralyzed maybe.
Mm-hmm. Or you profit from the present system and you don't want to stop. I mean, it's hard to get people to work against their paycheck, you know?
Well, there's that, but I really wonder how much that is. I know that we have to depend on the federal government, particularly to cap, to put on levies and carbon tax things, and make sure industry and business pay their fair share of taxes and contribute. But changing 35 million people's way of living just by a little bit, and they'll be better off for it, is up to us in the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Because they're not very good at it.
I'm going to keep pushing. We had Fridays for Future. We were there every Friday for 3 years and had almost zero young people. Everybody was over the age of 65.
Well, you're young at heart. Don't give up. They drive by when we're at the corner in our 3rd year.
Yeah.
And they hang out the windows and honk and scream, but they don't get out and join us. I don't think they're from an era where you and I were exposed to the, maybe it was the hippies, maybe it was the peace movement with Vietnam War, but we know to get out on the streets, and we knew right away what a difference it could make. And so maybe they just don't have that exposure. Anybody else have any ideas about that?
Yeah, yes, I'd love to hear it. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks, David. Pleasure chatting with you.
You too.
Anybody else have any questions? Shall I put on the slides with a few examples that I had passed over, maybe? I'll wait to see if there's any hands up. I'm assuming your hand goes up. I see it beside your name in the participants. Is that right, tech support folks? Okay, and so I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing any questions in Q&A. So let me go through. Forgive me while I be a bit awkward with my slides, but I will get there. There we are. Yep.
Gloria has her hand raised, and so does Julie Barker.
Okay, just needed more time. May they speak? Or shall I do that? I see you, Gloria. And then Gloria first, and then Julie Barker next.
Hi, thank you. What I've been thinking is how much an impact the media has made on the Ukrainian invasion. And the media is just plastered with events and analysis. And so I'm thinking, to tackle this, which is going to be, which is so much worse in the end and is going to fuel more wars and result in more immigration, somehow the Green Party and all the environmentalists have to push the media to put on a blitz, because the time is running out very quickly, and we really haven't faced it, and we haven't done the actions needed to meet the targets. So I'm wondering what your and other feelings are on that respect.
Now, again, your question is asking my opinion on the Ukraine-Russia war and how there's a decision to be made. Are we increasing our production to supplant Russia's embargo? Are we?
No, what I'm saying is that for action to occur that's really meaningful and to meet the climate targets, the greenhouse gas and CO2 emissions, the media has to really be on board.
Right. Yeah, they're swamping the news. Did you notice that every time an IPCC report comes out, the major report, so first one was Syria all over the news, and this time it's Ukraine. It's almost, it's uncanny the way and then there was a royal baby born on another occasion. So I think you're right. The media, I agree with you 100%. The media has let us down, but the media is no longer the fourth estate that understands its responsibility in a lot of the ways. And I don't know if we put television now into the fourth estate definition or the fifth. Which is it? Anybody? The fifth is like social media and the new stuff, and maybe that's television. And but it's vital. We're a democracy. We're going to get the people we vote for, and media helps to inform the public and keep us informed. And what we have is the same situation. The people in the media don't understand the science. They're also overwhelmed with it. So it comes down to, again, an individual level thing. In my view, it comes down to television worrying about Nielsen ratings and commercial payments. So I hear. I thought I had promoted you, Gloria.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So what can we do? I'm just trying to say that if we think about the big picture too much, we all paralyze. And it's good for your mental health and mind to get involved locally, to do some stuff locally, even if it's standing on the corner like David and I here in two different parts of Canada with a sign up that says, well, what do I have? I have things like use and waste less, love and hope more. or I say climate action is about the economy. This isn't an environmental issue. This is what bothers me, because I come at it from an engineering perspective. This is about food security, the economic crisis and bumps that are going to hit us, the collapse of the global economy, to the point where we will have we'll be having victory gardens to feed ourselves and supporting our farmers. They'll suddenly be finally getting the credit that's due to them. But it's more than an environmental issue. Certainly, the biodiversity loss is a crisis on its own. Each makes the other worse. But if I start thinking in these big pictures, and I have a dear friend who is a preeminent atmospheric scientist in Canada, in the world. He's a friend of mine, and he's 80 something. And he'll call me up and tell me what the scientists are telling him, because he's still in touch. Last time I was a little tearful, because he finished talking about the sea level rise as the next urgent crisis, not the warming, not the desertification. And then he finished it by saying, sic transit gloria mundi. thus passes the glory of the world. So here I am now depressing everybody. But the point is, we all have those moments where we just feel like we've been hit on the head or kicked in the stomach, and we get frustrated. And this is a lot of waste of our energy. It's a negative energy. It's not good for us, and it's not action. So for me, I just wanted to talk less and do more. And I'm finding we have traction here. We have a group now formed. We had electric vehicle webinars because we don't have any public transit. And we had people who had electric cars. 17 people came to the city hall, and people got in and drove them about. And once people get in one, they'll buy it. So I encourage you, Gloria, to try to stay positive, because what you're saying is all right. The media's let us down. I don't know, maybe we should be writing the articles and sending them in. And that's the thing you can do locally, right?
Yes, I agree. I'm involved with some environmental groups, not specifically with climate change, but more restoration, and which is also a biggie in Ontario,
yeah,
which is going in the wrong direction.
Yes, we have the highways wanting to be built here and things, and I don't know what to say, but I think that you will get traction on the local level as more and more people join. I have hope, even though I have my friend Dr. Martin telling me this.
No, I agree. There's lots of positive things. It's just and what you said at the beginning, hope equals action, and action equals hope is
absolutely. Thanks, Gloria, for all your ideas. Well, I don't know what to do with the media is what I'm saying. I'm going to write in the local paper when I can. And I think most community groups, there's a few near here that are drawdown groups. And the members there are starting to realize they have to get involved in politics. They have to start holding people to account and getting in that. So it's usually what ends up happening. It was someone else that was going to speak. I promoted to panel, and I don't know who that is now. Was it?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's Julie. Yes, I just wanted to make sure that you're going to give us the link. You said it was your presentation will be available online somewhere.
Yes, if you go into YouTube, you can find it on YouTube. Allison Lamb, if you would mind, if you're there, or any other person in tech support, that's a good question to ask, and I don't want to get the answer wrong. But right now we're live streaming, but we're going to be on YouTube as a recorded session, and you can come and you can watch it when you're, chopping potatoes or ironing a shirt or something. You can hit pause and come back to it. So
Fred has already popped the GPC YouTube channel into the chat. So when we're live now, but once this live session has ended, it'll be available for reviewing.
Thank you, Allison.
And where will that be?
The link is in the chat.
So if you wave your cursor to the bottom of your screen, Julie, some different white things will pop up, and one of them is a little talk bubble that says chat. And if you click on that, it opens up this white window, and in the bottom there, or somewhere in there, here it is.
Okay, I see it under tech support.
Yes, and it says you go to youtube.com, or if you can do that, and then you could probably do it also by putting Canadian Green Party as a search, and you'd probably find it as well. But if you can copy and paste that or write it down by pen and pencil, you'll have that link, youtube.com/C/Canadian Green Party, one word.
Great. Thanks very much.
We don't have all of us good internet. We're in the Oak Ridges Moraine, which is hilly and treed, so people here still have dial-up. So I'm used to having to explain for some folks that aren't so familiar. Well, we're coming up to 5 o'clock, which is the big thing. This is the caucus going to be reporting to us on the other links in the plenary session link. And I hope that I haven't heard from all of you, but so I really would like the feedback. But I'm hoping that people are feeling a little more hopeful, and they understand that in fact, yeah, your local municipality can help reduce up to 50% of our greenhouse gases are in their purview. So we can help reduce emissions considerably at the local level. And it's just it's a win-win situation. You get to know your neighbors, you're gonna be happier. Okay, so you're welcome, David. So I think what I'll do is let you go, because you might want to take a break, obviously, right? Before you head to the caucus. Allison's going to talk to you first.
Thank you so much for that, Anne. That was a great talk. I think we all know we're all motivated now to do something locally. But before we do that, caucus is going to be delivering a keynote on the policy track. So we're going to be paused here. There's going to be nothing going on while caucus speaks. We're going to reconvene at 6:45 Eastern, 3:45 Pacific. Gary Foster is going to be speaking on a panel called Heal the Healers. So we would love to have you back, or you can catch us later on YouTube after caucus gives their keynote. Thank you very much for coming.